All right, everybody, welcome to episode 6, Tales of Winternock, Tale of Cybil's Spear. And we've made it to the 6th episode, and we've almost made it through a boat trip.
Really?
So, Tale of Cybil's Spear, our live play D&D 5e game. I'm Silver. As always, I'll be your storyteller this evening. With me are our players. Conrad.
Hi, I'm Conrad. I'll be playing Linus, our warlock.
Pope.
Hello, I am Pope. I play Vault, and he's a rogue. He's good at stuff.
AJ.
Hi, my name's AJ. I play Xedre, our wildfire druid.
Ernie.
My name's Ernie. Hopefully I get to action search tonight.
Dustin.
Hey, I'm Dustin, the resident artificer.
And Jeff.
I'm Jeff. I am playing Jofreidr, our awesome barbarian.
Ooh, self-promotion.
Confidence.
All right. Before we begin, I want to thank Smiteworks for Fantasy Grounds, our virtual tabletop of choice. And as always, thanks to Sirenscape for our amazing ambient sound effects and music. Tales of Winternock is not affiliated with either of these companies, other than we like their products. And that'll take us to tonight's tale. Last week, the party continued their voyage aboard the Dark Maiden. Made some different inroads with various members of the crew, some in a romantic way and maybe not intentionally, and others in a pursuit of poor literature, maybe. Passing the second day and the third day without too much issue and mostly a pleasant voyage until Alfred was beset with a nightmare of a past foe of the party, known as the Dreamer. Alfred shared this dream with Vault the next day in a private conversation, as Vault had had a similar dream. Q, look back at episode 1, episode 2. You remember off the top of your head, Vault?
Oh, I remember it, absolutely.
Do you remember which episode it was?
Which episode? It was the one right before we left the dock.
Hey, that's right. So that would be 3 then. The two of them made the decision to share their similar dreams with the group and conveyed to the group that they're not done with their nemesis, the Dreamer, causing the party to spend a tense day aboard the ship and passed the 4th day with little to show for it other than concern and unease over the returned presence of the Dreamer. As night fell and they drifted off to sleep on the 4th day, they were all awakened to the smell of fire, and our tale resumes tonight aboard the fire-beset ship. As the smell of burning wood inflames each of your nostrils, bringing each of you out of your slumber, and as you open the door to your chamber, you see signs of flames down the hall. Cue the fire. What do you do as you wake up to the smell of smoke and the sight of fire down the hallway aboard your ship?
Do we need to roll initiative on this, DM?
You know what? Why don't we? That sounds like a great plan.
Oh boy.
Ooh.
Oh
Damn.
boy.
Jofreidr's bringing A game
Started
tonight.
off strong.
Woo!
Nat 20.
Nice.
I'm still groggy, I guess.
Silver, would you mind rolling for me? I'm not quite
Sure.
into fantasy points yet.
You're gonna get the best roll. I'm calling that 20. Let's go.
New.
We'll see.
A
Oh,
second on the
God.
bottom.
DM.
Okay, good.
Come on.
Yeah, it's probably best.
It's probably best.
That gives him a second.
It's before Vault, so he's not last.
That's true.
That
All right,
that was a
so
factual
Two
observation.
day hangover,
What?
apparently.
Jofreidr, as you are the first to awaken to the smell of the fire, and with your seafaring background, not a good thing to have a fire on a boat.
So I'm immediately gonna run out the room. Do I see anybody like leaving from where the fire started or anything? Anything that could maybe clue me
At
in?
this point in time, you can tell based off the amount of glow coming from down past the galley and the other storage room. This is quite the extensive fire already at this point. You can hear lots of sounds of activity, people running across the deck up above, that there is... People have been alerted to this fire before you were. But no, like seeing anybody directly in front of you, no. You can just hear the sounds of shouts and people attempting to put out the fire and wake everybody who may not have woken yet.
Okay. Is there anywhere I can access water from this side of the fire?
You have a nice barrel full of water in your room,
Oh yeah.
next to Xedre's fish.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab that barrel and like right at the edge of the fire, I'm just gonna like dump it out down the hallway.
Oh yeah, this is despite your immense strength, you're not going to be like picking up the whole water barrel and carry it down. You could probably rock it and roll it down the hallway with your strength, but yeah, you aren't going to just like lift it and roll it or take it down there.
Please will help me drag this barrel down the hall.
Casel's not awake yet.
I would wait him up.
Alfred, you can wake up now.
Yeah, Alfred would spring up. Are you like actively pulling on this this like barrel, right? All right. Alfred would see that you're struggling with it. Immediately reach your, like, he has this stuff around him, right? We're right where we're sleeping. So
Yeah.
reach down to his pack, pull out a very familiar square box, and basically just shove it into Jofreidr. It'll like sort of wrap around him, and he'll grow in size, and I'll cast enlarge.
Is he gonna hit the ceiling?
He might. Don't worry about
I'll
that.
duck down if I need to.
That's what mending's for.
Yeah, how much does enlarge change your size? Double?
One.
It
One
doubled.
category?
Oh, it
One
just goes
size.
up to the next.
Yeah,
To a
he's-
large creature. Okay.
He's a large.
Yeah, you're going to be
He's not going to fit out that door.
crunched up against the ceiling, but you may have some back issues tomorrow.
Yeah, it might be. Yeah, no, I can't do a cantrip as well. That'll be it for Alfred. As he screams, he would just yell.
All right. Kiesel, awakening to the yelling.
Oh
and the
yeah,
smell.
no, completely just running out. So he's big. Would he have poured out the fire at that point?
Would he have done what?
Would Jofreidr have like put out the fire?
No.
Ooh, jeez. Is the exit blocked? Like, is the way upstairs to the top level of the deck blocked out by any fire?
You can't tell looking down the hallway because of the amount of smoke that's coming off of this fire. You don't see fire directly blocking, but whether you could get to the stairs or not is not clear.
I would like to aid in putting out this fire, in any way that I would be able to.
Okay. We'll get everybody up, and then we'll do some rolls on attempting to help with this. So, Xedre, Alfred's
Xedre
yelling.
would have
smoke in the
Yeah.
nose.
Xedre would have fallen asleep with this focus, like this kind of like etched hand mirror that his mom made, like clutching it tightly. And honestly, the smell of smoke probably reminds him of home a little bit. But Alfred's scream would definitely wake him up, and Xedre's gonna wake up, jump out of the bed. He's going to try to snake his way out past a large Jofreidr just to get vision on the like hall down past the. Am I able to sneak through like Jofreidr or like weave my way through his legs?
Yeah, because they're working on getting this barrel moved out into the hallway to try and get the water down there. So you could sneak out ahead of them.
All right. Even though it's covered with fog, Xedre's just going to look back to everyone and say, I don't exactly know what the status of everything is, but hopefully we can get up to a high level. And then he is going to go ahead and hold out his hand and cast Gust of Wind. So 60 foot long, 10 foot wide, just gust of wind is just going to jet forward. And hopefully that will help disperse the fog.
Okay. All right. Don't let me forget. We'll come back to what you see as we get the last two awake. So, Salinas.
Linus would would literally jump. What's going on?
The fire!
There's a what?
A fire!
I'm not sure if there's really anything that Linus can do. I think he's just going to yeah, he's just gonna go up to the door with Xedre and ready an Eldritch Blast if he sees enemies.
Okay. All right, and Vault, Sleepy Vault. You woke up first when you got drunk, but when it's fire, it's okay. I can see that.
Someone else will take care of this. No, I'll take a. I would like to use my bonus action, Eye for Detail, to investigate where the source of this fire is. Do I get a sense of it's above or below where we are?
It seems to be on your deck.
Okay.
Just
only.
okay.
But
So if you're going back to last session or the session before, I can't remember which one I described.
We're not at the very
boat,
bottom deck. I know that.
No, you're on the mid deck, just the one right below the main deck, and back in your little chamber going out. Then there's a 5-foot wall,
Right.
wide
Leading to the kitchen.
chamber that the galley's over here, and then there's another storage room, and then it opens up at the front.
Sure.
And so the glow of the fire is coming from around the corner, going out into that open front portion.
Has it gone? Like, can I get a sense of if it's gone up? Is it like? Basically, I'd like to somehow investigate the nature of this fire and its extent. Like, does it go all the way to the top of the ship? Is it locally stuck in one spot? Like, what can I know about this fire?
Give me an investigation.
Okay. Do you want me to do that at the end when everyone else has done all their movements and things? Or, because I know we're having some held actions.
You can go ahead and roll it. I'm just not going to tell you what you know
Sure.
yet.
And then...
Well, actually, no, I will, because we're going to be giving everybody their information once you're done, so...
Well, good luck, boys. It's
Nice.
a 19. What do we know?
19.
Nice.
You can tell that the fire's big enough that it is likely... good chance that it is spread to the main deck up above. Does seem to have originated here on the deck you're on.
Cool.
And it is quite large at this point in time, just based off of your eye for detail and your 19 investigation. You would guess that it's probably at least 15 by 15 feet.
Okay, so that's not serious,
further up
but
in
we
this
can deal with that. I would like to dash past the fire towards the stairs and see if I can get a sense of what the crew is doing to solve this. Because I'm not going to move that barrel. Let's be real, that ain't happening. I'm useless in that. But if I can get other people involved in this or find other barrels, like 100%, I would like to be involved in finding things for other people to use. So that'll be my turn.
All right. Going back to Xedre with your gust of wind, you are able to clear the smoke out of the 5-foot wide chamber leading down to you, so you get a clear view and can see that does not appear to be fire at the far side, like where the stairwell would be to get up. You could, in theory, get through there. You'd have to go past the fire to try and go up to the main deck. The one negative ramification of your gust of wind is the fire spreads that direction away from you, heading towards the stairs now.
So would this be considered a protected flame, or would it be like an unprotected flame? Like, does
It'd
it
be
have
an
something that's
unprotected
like?
flame.
So it says the gust disperses gas or vapor and is extinguished, and it extinguishes candles, torches, and similar unprotected flames in the area. So
It
would
would
I be able
similar to a candle.
Would I get to
A 15
push
by
it?
15 foot fire would not be similar to a candle. So
Oh, fair. But would I at least be able to, like, I guess, yeah, I'm pushing it further, but would I get a little bit of that front end of the fire extinguished at least?
yeah, you get a little. It basically just like moves the fire away from you, so you clear out a little bit of a space towards the back end of it. It moves it a little bit further down, but it almost spreads more than it solves on the back end.
Hopefully I give Vault a little bit of a tailwind as he's trying to proceed upwards.
All right, and Salinas, you do not see any enemies with your prepared Eldritch Blast. The only enemy is a natural disaster on the boat. Stooping giant Alfred over here helping Jofreidr with the barrel. You guys are able to easily move that barrel between the two of you. It's like Jofreidr's not even helping at this point. What do you want to do with the barrel?
Dump it out onto the flames, trying to put them out.
Okay.
I hope it's not a grease fire.
Flame. It's green. I don't know.
God, oh no, oh fuck.
It's purple.
So I'd say you should be able to get the barrel down to the corner and be in full sight of the fire on one round with the giant size going. So as Vault sprints out in front, takes off, and heads down, Vault, you go past this roughly 15 by 15 foot fire that's now shifted away from the side chambers, is moving towards the stairwell. And you do come into view of there are 3 individuals from the crew attempting to throw buckets of water on it, but it's almost a trying in vain at this point. There doesn't seem to be any organization to the effort.
Okay.
Maybe too early in the fire to really get to that point.
Sure.
But the 2 with the barrel come up behind you, following behind you, and get to it. You guys dumped the barrel out. Give me... Alfred, you're the main one carrying this, so give me a athletics check with advantage.
Wait, sorry, I am? I thought Jofreidr was carrying this because
I thought
he's
Jofreidr was
large.
big. I think
Yeah,
he
he
enlarged.
probably-
casted
it.
in
Oh,
large
you made
on
Jofreidr
the-
big? Sorry, I thought you
Yeah.
made yourself big to help.
No,
okay,
I
you made
thought-
Jofreidr big. My bad.
Plans.
All
I got
right.
Plans.
Solve the problem.
Okay. Jofreidr, you get down to the end. Giant Jofreidr, you have filled up the entire hallway that everybody is squeezing behind you, as you are now a large creature that doesn't fit in a 5 foot by 5 foot square anymore.
To that note,
So,
Enlarge Reduce does say that he does fill those room, but if he can't like grow larger, he doesn't like try to grow larger.
He doesn't like
yeah,
bust
no,
through the wood.
he's still able to go down it. It's just
Yeah,
he is
okay.
squeezed in it and down to the end. Nobody's going to be able to get past him, other than Vault, who already dashed out ahead. So,
I can,
Jofreidr,
I can
get
go
to the
in
end, give
spaces
me
that are
a-
bigger than me.
athletics check, Jofreidr, and we'll say with advantage.
It's gonna be great. Oh yeah,
Ooh,
he's
baby.
rolling high today.
All right. Dump that out. You were able to make a significant dent in the fire. Coming from your side, you put out about 15 foot by 5 foot chunk of it. So cut it down by a third. And moving forward, Anybody have proficiency with water vehicles other than Jofreidr?
No, absolutely
Okay. Anybody proficient with intimidation?
not.
I can't intimidate fires, Coach.
I do.
No.
Okay.
I have proficiency and a
Only
high
a
bonus.
+2, but
Anybody
Yeah,
have
+4.
proficiency with medicine?
Medicine? I might. Hold on.
I do.
I do not. No, that's lame. What a weak
Okay.
fault. Get your shit
So,
together.
using the lovely Ghost of Saltmarsh rules for working through this encounter, we're going to just do some rolls to figure out where this is going to go, and you guys can each choose to help one of the officers that has to control this on helping put this out. So, since this is a sailing ship, it does not have a surgeon, so Xedre, you have been promoted to surgeon for this encounter to attempt to heal anybody with your medicine check.
Okay.
Intimidation check, Mr. Kiesel, you will be rolling with advantage with the help of good old Zircon on attempting to bark orders and get the crew to keep from running away and help with the cause.
That's
And
right.
then Carpenter's tools, I believe, would be a Alfred. So you will get to roll with the assistance of Anjali giving you advantage to attempt to keep things from getting too far out of hand, and then also do the repairs afterwards so that we aren't in serious damage.
Okay.
And then unfortunately nobody has water vehicle help, so we're going to have to rely on the captain, but Salinas or Vault, either one of you give me a good argument on how you can help the captain with his intelligence water vehicle roll. And if you can give me a good argument, I'll give him advantage on the roll.
Ooh. I dashed up, and I'm trying to survey what's going on, so I will help be his eyes and ears and help direct whatever actions he's doing. How about that?
Salinas?
Um,
And this is our debate portion of the
We
session.
can do one of us. Can get this. We got this. Let's go.
Philosophical.
I have my cat jump up on his shoulder and provide the help action, because familiars can help with anything.
Woo-hoo! That help action, though.
Okay. So, between the two of you, we'll give you the helping Mr. Clever Eye with an advantage intelligence
Dang.
+1.
I need one turn. I'm gonna fix this whole fire.
I'm
Yes,
going
do
to.
it.
I'm going to yell at people until it gets done.
Ah!
All right.
Alfred's 8
Captain's
intelligence
roll.
at play here.
Oh, yeah, he did
Nice.
great.
16. Not bad. Not bad. We're shooting for 15 here, but it's group check. Everybody's got to hit it. Any failures, then we start running into ramifications. So, good with the captain.
No
We will go to the first mate. Zircon is going to help Kiesel with the intimidation check. So, Kiesel, give me an advantage intimidation check. Oh!
Goodbye.
No.
So Kiesel would run up, and in the midst of the chaos, as he kind of sees Zircon struggling to get the attention of all the people, Kiesel will run up beside him and just absolutely, you woke me up for this shit. So he is none too happy about having to wrangle all of these cats, and will begin with every insult and threat that he could muster.
Ooh.
Oh.
Maybe.
That was good. It was good.
The sorriest of sorries.
You even intimidate Zircon a little bit in the process. So.
Right.
All right. Bosun check. So, Alfred, you can roll a Carpenter's Tools strength check.
What if I have a different plan?
Pitch it to me.
Alfred would sit down and begin praying to Infernus. He would cast haste upon himself, and then begin using the control flames cantrip. In rapid succession, he would pull out a large rectangle with a large nozzle on the end, and out would come a oddly colored off-white like foam. It's interesting that it just keeps on coming out. It never ends.
Okay.
And with that, every action
right. I will give that to you as being a success without a roll. So we'll let that be you succeeded with yours. So it brings us down to it's all on Xedre. Medicine check for the win here.
I would like to pitch something as well. So Xedre draws his magic from a different source. So if he can try to pull actually from the energy of the flames in the same way that he works near furnaces at his original work, he would like to use that to kind of channel his like healing abilities.
Okay.
Fighting the fire is top of that.
Yeah. But for the first time, this like what almost looks like a charred kind of stick that he holds, it starts to kind of like glow with like red energy, and he is going to use that to kind of channel healing magic as he does his medicine trick.
Okay, so I'll give you advantage on your medicine check with that.
Oh, thank goodness. +5, let's go.
Ooh.
Yay!
Good rolls.
All right. So, the fire is raging towards the stairwell. Captain and first mate both come down from above in attempt to get the crew in line, try and get things directed to try and take care of this, while also still making sure that the ship is sailing appropriately and not running into anything, or, Merspitzens or other creatures showing up above, which would just make things absolutely awful in here. But Alfred and Xedre making their efforts to use their different varieties of fire magic to channel into helping with the keeping the fire away from the sides, keeping it contained, and then just slowly working it down to a small flame with the aid of the thoroughly intimidated crew members at Kiesel's behest, as you are able to work the fire down, get it down to a very minimal roar, and eventually completely extinguished. Xedre is able to effectively heal up the minor wounds that are experienced by the few crew members that were there in the beginning that had been fighting it for a long time before your assistance came in. But ultimately, you are able to defeat the fire in its entirety, and with only probably a little bit of buffing needing to be done by the resident buffer Xedre.
I have
appointed by Kiesel.
I have a question. As I am helping out and doing everything I can to coordinate and delegate and really be a leader here, would I notice any sort of signs of foul play, like any sort of weaponry, ammunition, any oil, or is this like a lightning bolt freak accident?
Well, this would be the time to investigate the scene as everything is cleaned up. Anybody else seeking to investigate?
100% yes.
Yeah.
All right, so Casey
Alfred
brought it up first, so we'll let you do the roll, but you can have advantage from Vault assisting you as the resident detectives get to work.
Investigation?
Yep.
Fuck it. We ball.
You got this. Easy numbers.
Kind of. 15's all right.
5.
So with 15, inspecting the scene, you find remnants of a broken oil lantern in the center of the scene that can't exactly tell how it got there, but that is presumably the source of the fire as well as the accelerant that caused it to get so big so fast.
You said that was in the center of the boat?
The center of the burn spot.
Of the burn spot. Okay. It's just like a broken oil line, like glass and shit,
yep.
I suppose. Was it hanging on top of something? Was it like
Do we know where oil lanterns are? Can we account for them like inventory wise?
Yeah.
Is
Are
it
there other
possible?
ones that are similar like that, or is
Did
this just
they
a
map
random
out
one?
this deck, or did we only map out the main deck?
I've mapped out the ship
Yeah,
and
he
all of the
did.
cruise locations and their routes and where
Okay.
they should be and who should be doing what. I've been doing that for 3 days, boys. I haven't talked to a single
So
person.
give me a. Let's see. Did we have you like actively map it out like Xedre did, or did just you mentally mapped it out?
I mean, I'm not keen-minded in this, but I could, if you want me to, I can say I did. As far as I understand it, what I had done, I had specifically asked to map out the past of the crew,
Yep.
what their general like routes were, who was doing what jobs, when the shifts change, stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm just asking
yes.
whether it's did you document it somewhere, or is it in
I would
your
like
head?
to say that I did, but I don't think I explicitly said that I did. But since I did mention specifically mapping it out, if that's possible, I don't know if that.
Well,
is
put it this
considered
way.
a retcon or not.
If you
I would like to think I did.
would be adamant that you documented it, then yes, you could go check your documentation if you believe that you would have documented the location of every lantern.
I
Otherwise,
definitely
I'm going to
didn't.
give you
I
advantage on a roll.
I did not document the location of every lantern. No, it was
Okay.
more like who's trustworthy and what are the crew doing. So to be
All
fair,
right. But with your surveying of the crew, I will still give you advantage on the roll.
Excellent.
So you can have advantage on a history check
shit. Of all the
to
checks.
tax your
You got
memory
this,
of where
Vol.
would this lantern have been.
Oh man, I need to get like. I need that keen mind feat so freaking bad. God, I'm so stupid. History's a +1, even with advantage. This is scary.
Just roll high.
Just
roll high.
Yeah,
Is there any doubt?
yeah.
Come on. You are the guy that can't roll a 1, and when you do, you turn it into a freaking crit. So there is a location. There's a hook on the wall. It would appear that it came from the hook on the wall right there because there is no lantern there, and the lantern's on the ground.
Okay.
You recall seeing a lantern there in the past, so you know it's not just an empty hook that's not been being positioned. So
Okay. And would I know what crew would have passed by there in a relative time frame for me to know maybe who did this or how it happened? Whether it was a
you'd be able to
accident
narrow it
or an
down.
accident.
based off of your documenting of who was working what shifts, you'd be able to narrow it down as to who would likely have been through,
Sure.
but not you
Right.
wouldn't
I was
necessarily
asleep.
be able to
Yeah,
say
yeah.
absolutely these are the only people.
Cool. We'll come back to that for sure.
Oh, it's broken oil lamp. Holy shit. That was a really big fucking pipe for just an oil lamp.
I mean, can I maybe ask Alfred to come over and help me look at the lamp itself and to see what parts are broken, so that maybe we could try to figure out if it did just fall, or if everything is still in shape except it just it smashed on the ground. We'll see if we can tell the difference.
Yeah, you
Okay,
can attempt to.
Yeah. Are you trying to, like, I guess,
Crime scene
attempt to see if it was, like, thrown, whether or not it was just, like, it fell,
Yeah.
I guess?
Yeah, you're trying to see if it just fell off the hook.
Yeah.
From the rocking or the age, or if it got picked up and it got thrown on the ground.
By
Okay.
like splatter of oil, like a blood splatter on a crime scene to determine like the velocity of the angle of where it like.
If you
Well,
need
I
help, let me know.
flashcards spread.
I figured that Alfred would be able to take a look at the metal of the lantern and sort of assess its quality and everything better than me.
Probably. I'd like to turn to Volt. Does this seem a little suspicious, or does this, could this be like an accident? I mean, I guess it could be both at the same time until we figure it out.
I don't have the direct answer now, but there's only a few people who could have been by here to interact with this lantern. So either we hit a rough patch of sea, or someone dropped it on us.
Well, maybe we should start rounding them up.
That's
I have a set
exactly...
of leads here, and then I'll start going through my notes and picking out the names of the people who are most likely to have been by here within the time
In the
frame
process
necessary.
of sending that to you.
Oh, excellent! Oh, excellent stuff.
Yes.
Xedre would like to go ahead and talk to people as he's kind of like healing them up. and like just ask them if they're doing okay, if they have any strain anywhere, and seeing if they have any like burn marks from maybe being like too close to the flame, and if so, like where those might be.
At least our door wasn't locked. We know no one was trying to absolutely kill us.
Okay. Going back to the wanting to check whether the lantern could have fallen off naturally or not. Who's checking that, and is there assistance?
I guess I'll be checking it.
I'm helping.
Okay.
Yes.
So
Yeah,
give me an
you can
investigation there, Alfred, with
Sure.
advantage. Because we're all about advantage tonight. So.
Yeah, it's all everything's advantage. Everything feels great.
And
Yeah.
everybody has the inspiration to reroll.
Except me.
Ooh!
Excuse me.
Ooh, everything's great.
With a 20, you are fairly certain. It is a very tough thing to try to determine. But you are fairly certain that it would not have fallen off naturally.
Yeah, CSI would or not. Oh, God. Yeah, I mean, by any case, I don't even see a place where it could have been hung up, honestly. So, I don't understand how it would have just fallen. There's no. This boat's rocking a lot, but it's not rocking that much.
Is it raining?
No.
Oh, okay.
It is cold.
Even in quite rough seas, they shouldn't be able to fall off the hooks. They're designed not to fall off, so perhaps some
So-
foul play is involved.
So we need to go straight to the captain. And Vault, you said that you might have an idea of who might have been around?
Based on the notes that I've taken over the journey thus far, there's only 4 crew members who would have had duties that passed by here in a time frame relative to the fire. The question is how we want to approach this information. I can give you the names, and then I want to check around to make sure that no one's listening as we're having this conversation. I'm not 100% sure. I assume we're like all standing around this like burnt spot on the floor, but
So, yeah, at this point in time, most of the crew has dispersed and went back to their stations to take care of things. The only 2 people that are still there are Anjali and Zircon. Zircon is discussing with Anjali what repairs may need to be done to clean things up, get things put back in shape so that we don't have any further issues, make sure that everything's shored up. And Anjali's just taking notes down on what she needs to do. They're not being secretive about it. It's
Sure,
pretty
sure,
open
they're right
conversation.
there.
You can pick up all of that. But they also don't seem to be paying a ton of mind to your guys' discussions, but they are within earshot.
yeah. Is there a way that I could either roll a be stealthy in the way I deliver this information, or encourage
Yeah,
the
you can whisper.
Yeah.
You can stealth check whisper.
please stealth it. That's a 21, boys.
Wow.
Nice.
Yeah, you're not good at stealth at all.
Oh, shit. So, the crew members that I would be suspicious of are Velika, Griselda, Geraldine, and Arnaldo. Do any of you know them? I know some of you have been keeping tabs with the crew. I haven't.
I can give you a little bit more information if you want to convey that, what you would have just observed.
Sure.
So, Velika is a female elf. Griselda is a female goblin. Geraldine is a female halfling. And Arnaldo is a male human.
Velika was one that they had suspected before we had left. She was one of the names that stuck out as a suspect.
And everybody's going to attempt to whisper. Give me your stealth checks as you talk.
Was
So,
that Velika, he said? Was the one
Yes.
that we're keeping a
Yes.
track of? And Arnaldo is a male human, is that correct?
correct.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to get those notes out.
Okay, I'll actually have you guys do your stealth checks in the dice tower if anybody else does any.
Oh.
So you don't know how quiet you are.
Can Xedre be on the main deck, just like checking over people still, since the
Yeah,
majority of
and
the
so I
crew is
still want-
above deck?
So you were wanting to investigate any of theirs as to like prolonged exposure as you were healing them?
I think, yeah, it's a combination of like making sure he works in the opposite most of the time. So it's kind of weird, like the people getting to talk back to him. But he's kind of caught up in the conversation a little bit and just worried about people saying, like, you need to be more careful and like trying to hold conversation as he's like looking them over.
Okay. I will send you the names of the 3 people that needed medical attention. And you don't notice on any of the 3, but I'll give you their information, but you don't notice any of the 3 as having any more significant wounds than the other 2. Everybody seems to be that we're approaching it at relatively the same time or to the same degree.
During all of this, Alfred would probably, since he's not really needed as much, he'll probably break away and head over to Anjali and see if he can offer some help to her.
Okay.
Just get things like quickened up, cleaned up.
And she gladly accepts your help. Oh, with an assertion that she could have taken care of it. She's good at this, so.
Yeah, no, I just want to make sure that, you don't have to take care of anything too dirty. I'll take care of all the garbage.
All right. The rest of you?
I would have also wanted to make a detachment to talk to Zircon. Since him and I were screaming at people just a little bit.
Fair.
And mosey on over to him. We found the source of the fire, and we have already narrowed it down to a few people we could suspect who might have come into contact. It doesn't look like it fell off. It looked like it was thrown. I don't know if you want to maybe start grabbing people to taking account for, or have them line up, or get with the captain, but that's what we've found so far.
Give me an insight check.
That was so fast on that turnaround, that information. Shit. I was hoping we were going to hold that a little better.
Oh no.
Oh no. We don't know who to trust, man.
So,
I'm going to the manager, bro.
You notice
Straight
as
to
you
the
start
manager.
to
I'm like,
go-
all right, bro, here's what we learned.
Ball's rubbing off on you.
As you start to pass along this information, you like just catch for the briefest of moments that like he was about ready to say, well, start arguing with you on whether there was any evidence of it, and he just like quickly like shuts his mouth and goes, yes, I suspected as much. It was probably foul play, and the rest of your party help with figuring out all the information and stuff so we can effectively hold them accountable.
No, we still require a little bit more of an investigation. If you wouldn't mind, actually, if we could get with you and the captain and maybe start taking statements just to get a general idea of what maybe you two had observed before this had happened, I think that would be greatly appreciated and would definitely expedite things.
It would probably be best to take care of this before we reach port, just in case somebody tries to bolt if they were attempting to do anything. I got a few trusted members of the crew that I can put on some security detail around the ship, make sure that nothing happens, make sure nothing's missing, and then
Oh no.
give me about a half an hour and meet me at the captain's quarters.
I mean, I don't think the security detail would be that necessary. I mean, considering how the 6 of us handled it, we definitely would be able to get a handle on the crew as well.
I'm more so worried about figuring out why they did it rather than through interrogation, just knowing is there something missing? Were they after something? Was this a diversion towards doing something else?
Would you suspect,
Says,
Zerk?
taps his head like, yeah, I'm big brains over here.
Zircon, my man.
And I just want to take that and... Oh, wow, that insight check actually gave me a lot, and this motherfucker is... What would you suspect then, Zircon?
Typically, if you're going to have any problems with the crew in the middle of a voyage, it's usually theft.
Mm-hmm. What do you think somebody would want to steal?
Oh, it could be anything. I mean, anything somebody might have, valuables. Maybe you guys carrying anything that might be of note. I noticed your friend Xedre, and he looks around, doesn't see you. Xedre's around. He had a pretty nice staff that he was using the other day. After the incident with the Nerspitzen.
Sure, but you've been on this seas long enough. Like, what? I mean, would really just any old valuable trinket cause that? Attempted murder at very light case at worst. The whole boat goes under the fucking water.
Typically.
I mean, not typically. Just give me your best assertion. What would Zircon do in that situation?
In my opinion, and the ones that I have dealt with in the past, is criminals are scum. And they aren't that bright. Somebody to be stupid enough to try and steal from one of their crew members is probably stupid enough to potentially risk the entire ship. This shouldn't take long. We'll catch them, we'll get them taken care of, and they'll be thoroughly dealt with before we reach port.
Sure. Just give us a little bit of time to get this investigation, and we'll get back to you on names and everything. I didn't quite catch the name part, so we can get back to you on that once we recuperate. Yeah.
We'll make for a pretty long night, but we'll work our end as well. Like I said, meet up at the captain's quarters whenever you're ready.
I will walk away and go back where I came from. Who am I going to run into first? I have to get this off my chest.
Zircon has a smirk before he heads back upstairs. Just like a smirk like he's proud of himself, not like any sort of evildoer type thing. And then he heads upstairs, leaving the only crew member that's left with you guys at this point in time is Anjali, who's working with Alfred on checking everything out and getting things taken care of. Xedre, you're above deck. What about the other three?
I'd probably rendezvous with Kiesel.
Okay. Jofreidr vault, main deck, or still down where the fire was?
I have a larger question, so let me go last.
I'd be up on the main deck, seeing what needs to be helped with.
Okay.
Just helping wherever I need to be.
All right. Bigger question, guy.
Okay. So where I would be I'm going to be checking our shit. I want to make sure that nobody's trying to rob our shit, but I don't think that anyone is. But the question I have is, and this is I don't know if this will be I need to do this ongoing to be explicit about this, or I could have done this in the previous downtimes. There's a concept that I wanted to explore, which is the we-they divide. So when the crew talks about things like who they're speaking to, like who says we in discussing the boat and the crew, like, hey, we did this versus, oh, they're doing that over there. So that we can get an idea of like who is thinking of themselves as outside the crew mentality-wise. I don't know if that's a thing that I need to be thinking of in the future, paying attention to this, but it would be nice to get an idea of like the factionality of the crew's disposition. I am going back to our room.
For future notice, it'd be good to just know it on the front end. But for now, I'm fine with saying that you were trying to pick up on that when you've had conversations with people. thinking back, and you're just gonna have to help me memory-wise here as to, did Alt have conversation?
No, I haven't talked to anybody. No.
Okay.
I have been explicitly trying to avoid conversation and just listen and pay. I'm in the Ono circle here. Just standing still.
Okay, I didn't think you had, but I just wanted to double check because a lot of people did. So, so yeah, if you have not had conversations with people, I would say that you wouldn't have picked up on that yet.
Sure.
But yes, if you want to key on that in any further discussions with people to try and pick up on the outsiders, we can definitely do that.
Awesome, thank you.
Above deck, kind of meeting with Salinas. I guess we would have intercepted each other. So, and I want to be kind of sneaky stealthy about this. I want to make sure Zircon has walked the fuck away.
So you still on the below deck, or are you guys going upstairs?
Or
I believe Salinas was still down.
Down. Then I would be going downstairs to try to see where the rest of the party is. Because I think you said Dustin.
Yeah, because Zircon was down on the.
Oh, he was down. He wasn't up.
He was down below deck with Anjali when you went to talk to him. So you haven't went up above on the main deck yet.
Okay. Can I peek my head up on the main deck? And
I mean, if you want to go back into our room really quick.
Oh, yeah. We need to go back into the room immediately. And I want to close the door behind me. So I went up and I told first mate Zircon, and I was telling him that we think there might have been malice involved, and we have some suspects that we're willing to investigate. And he was about to say something, and he said, "There's no," and then he went, "Oh, yeah, of course, we can start investigating people." And he turned heel-toed that shit really quickly, and he was very adamant on the type of person who would do this would not be as smart and would be very dumb and stupid, and he's very much smarter than them, and he's just an arrogant prick. It's kind of no wonder people don't like him on here, but I wanted to give him a chance. But he might have just tried to kill us all because of how quickly he about-faced, and now he's like, "Oh, well, I will get my own private security detail, and we can lock down the ship before we get into port so we can make sure that no one tries to escape." And I was like, "Oh, no, that doesn't seem like a good idea. Actually, that seems that didn't seem like a good idea." And then he said, "Well, meet me in the captain's quarters." And I tried to get him to talk some more, but I was like, "Oh, what would Zircon do?" And he didn't really kind of play too much into the game I was hoping, but he's my number one suspect.
Alright, well, would you like me to try and find out some more about him?
I don't know if we have the time to do that, but I didn't give him the names of who we might be suspecting would have done this. So
my thought process is, if we really do think that this is malice, then it could be anyone, not just the people who would happen to be on duty at the time.
Well,
could be anyone off duty who snuck into that area and smashed the lamp.
Oh, yeah, it could have been, but like I said, the way Zircon about-faced and was going to start accusing me of not having any evidence, that just made me extremely suspicious.
Do you want a small little inconspicuous cat to follow him around and listen to everything he says for a little while?
The cat would be good, but do you think we can make him like a bird or something to blend with the environment a little? Or would the cat be just too good?
I'd as a cat. I'd make him a bird.
Oh, well then, yeah, just send out the cat then if you can't, with your magic, make him into like an octopus or something. Or like a bird, or if he's a cat, then he can just be a cat. I just didn't know if you could make him not a cat.
I could. It would take quite a bit of time.
Yeah, fuck that. Then we'll just keep him a cat and have him follow Zircon around. I think he's going
Alright,
to be in the captain's quarters right now, but I'm not entirely sure.
Sure. If it comes to it, I think that I could get a hold of some more paint. You know, if we get to that point.
Yes, and then we can douse him in the paint and wax him and feather him and tar him.
No, I was thinking more of the.
I know what you're thinking. That might not be the MO. Might not have to go that far. If we have to go that far, then I'd just kill him. To be honest.
I'm not sure that's the move either.
Me neither. But I don't know. I mean, we have to, if we're gonna take it to an extreme, you know. But let's just start to do this reconnaissance before we start thinking of punishment.
Yes, and I would suggest perhaps keeping the options open, other than Zircon.
Oh, yes. Just because he's the top of my list doesn't mean he's the only one.
Of course. And so if I'm yes, I can go try and add up. I'll see what else I can find.
I'll just kind of like nod my head.
And I would. It might not be bad to mention this to Holt either. He's better at picking up clues. He's better at picking up clues than I am.
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
Better at reading people too. Anyway. Yes. Alright, good plan.
Speaking of Vault, you asked your big brain question, and then you didn't tell me what you were doing.
Oh,
so.
I was checking our stuff to make sure it wasn't stolen. I thought I was clear about that. I'm sorry.
He's
okay.
in the room.
I went straight back to our area, and I'm like, is anyone fucking with our shit? Because nothing else really matters.
All right,
We
so
should
Vault
definitely
concerned
tell
that whole
Vault.
exchange.
No, yeah, I think our stuff is fine. You would remember that Alfred has everything.
Oh yeah, no,
in the
I'm
bag and
more
alarm.
concerned of if we leave to go do all this stuff, and then someone's like, listen, I'm guarding the shit. That's all I know. That's all Vault's doing. Taking notes, guarding the shit. That
Alfred
is
has
the
not
MO.
You
gotten
do not find
any
any signs that anything is missing.
Cool.
Yeah,
I'm chilling.
Alfred's not gotten any indication that things have gone awry.
Well, I'm gonna be chilling here until I hear otherwise.
Okay, so the three of you are.
Did that
in
all
your
happen in
private
there? Was
room.
I there?
Yes.
Oh,
yes, it did.
Excellent. Yes. Well, I could be involved.
So if you have anything to chime in on that conversation, you were there in the room.
Well,
They just didn't notice the little 3.5 foot
I'm
tall
small, man.
halfling
Listen,
digging through things.
Just
So.
digging, just fine. If we could set up a bit of an interrogation with the suspected crews, I probably could figure out who's lying if we ask the right questions. Still not sure the factions within factions here. I would be cautious of who I trusted with information.
I will immediately re-vomit all of the information.
Blah,
that,
blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, everything that I just told Selena Space claims retelling Vault and my suspicions of Zircon.
Cool. Notes taken.
He's suspicious. He's acting weird. I don't like it. He was very quick to point the finger.
Or that he could just. I think that he's a very weird man. I think that we have to keep that into consideration.
I think he's a lot of resentment for everybody who doesn't take him seriously.
He does have that kind of lean and hungry look, and the kind of worst way of ambition, but it may not be enough as a direct suspicion. And DM, would I know who is off duty during that time period? Because I have the people who would have potentially passed by. And it'd be like half the crew, right? It's like 11 or 12 people would have been off duty.
And now.
You would be able to know for sure 10 that would not be on duty.
Okay. Cool.
Because
I remember we
I'll
discussed
rephrase
like,
that as being it'd be closer to 7 or 8 that you could reasonably
right.
have ascertained would be off duty because they were on duty as you guys retired for the evening.
Sure,
but because the rotation is
shit changed a little bit
at this point
of,
because of the 3 dead members.
Yeah, there's a little bit of strangeness in the rotation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I can shoot you 8 names.
If you want, yeah.
Well,
I
actually,
mean, no pressure.
You have 4.
Yes.
So I will shoot you the other 4 because those people were presumably on duty. The 4 that made your list.
Yeah.
So I will shoot you the other 4.
Kiesel, you mentioned getting with the officers one-on-one to get statements. That would be a great time to ask innocent questions of Zircon and get an idea. And innocent here is in air quotes. To ascertain whether or not someone's telling the truth or not.
Just small details like about his day or like easy things that, well, we don't really know him, so I don't know if there's a good enough lie that we could innocently tell to catch him in something like that.
Oh, it's
outside.
less about lying and more about we know if he's lying. I generally have a decent map of the crew's rotations and who's on duty, who could have been nearby. We can ask him innocent questions about who he would have seen, or specifically ask the leak or anyone else who they saw in their shift.
I see.
And,
I got you.
Yeah, I assume between cross-referencing those questions, we could get a decent idea of what's going on. Again, the larger looming question is, if it's a small group of them, what's their motive? At this point, we're just pointing fingers. Does anyone have an idea of how to track down the motive? Is it a distraction? Keep us busy here to steal something from the crew's quarters or the captain's area? Is there any valuable cargo? We haven't picked anything up from port. Does anyone know something I don't? I, again, have spoken to no one on this ship.
Well, the only people I've really hung out with either hate me or want to sleep with Selena, so I haven't had a really good lead on anything yet.
Which is apparently just clams Selena's up. Just like,
What did you say there?
I'm just saying, I'm not much help in determining who's good or not, but we can have the cat go and snoop around. I guess I maybe should wait for the rest of us to 1, catch everyone up to speed, and then 2, to get a game plan once we have to rendezvous back to the captain's quarters. He's trying to do this before daytime, before we make landfall to Barol.
On that note, Xedre, talking with your 3 individuals as you do some just minor first aid. Nobody was like seriously wounded from the fire, but anything with that? Striking up conversations with anybody?
Yeah, Xedre's like kind of listening, seeing if anybody like hops in the conversation, but he's keeping it kind of generic. He kind of expects them to as well. Do any of them like fall into like a deep conversation or start like showing that they want to open up at all?
Are you like administering to them like one by one, or is it just like the 4 of you are sitting there, or 4 of you standing there, or whatever?
I would have done it one at a time, one-on-one.
Okay. One-on-one. Go back to the list I sent you. So Ada just kind of pretty quiet as you administer first aid to her. She's just kind of a little bit of shock you can kind of pick up on. Uncomfortable experience and definitely very trying and difficult situation. It's understandable that she's not really being very conversive. She doesn't really open up, even if you make attempts to get her to open up. Valika, the female elf, isn't overly conversational, similar to Ada, but you don't pick up the same vibe of it being more of a shock element, just more of she's just not talkative. And Maris, the human, yeah, he's game to chat, talk about everything. He is just going on and on about all his heroic deeds down below on dealing with this, and he's dealt with fires before, and not so much braggart, but just like he's running on adrenaline. Like this was a big, exciting incident, and he's ready to spend the night talking tales of everything that went on.
With the conversation with, I guess, the lack of conversation with Valika, remembering that she was on the list, Xedre is just gonna like finish like wrapping up anything, dressing the wounds, and he's just gonna say, "Hey, I totally understand that like alcohol on wounds isn't that fun, but I mean, if you want to later, like we could get some alcohol in our gut. I mean, that's one way to forget about it, right?"
Yeah. I mean, it's probably. You got something?
I mean, I can easily
Captain
get
doesn't
some.
usually take kindly to us like drinking while we're on duty, and I'm technically supposed to be. But I mean, if you got something,
I mean, I can attain something. I don't actively. I have
that's
medical.
okay. That's okay. I mean, it was probably fine. Thanks. Appreciate the fix up. I probably should get back to work.
Of course, I'd say anytime, but I hope that this specific situation doesn't happen again.
Yeah, definitely. Let's hope this one-time thing.
Right. Xedre is going to pull out his journal, and he's actually going to flip to the map of the main deck, and he wants to shade the area where there's any scorch damage from the fire underneath the deck to see if that translates to like any specific parts of the main deck.
Ooh.
Okay. Where the fire is located, or where the fire was located, would have been just above the bottom of the stairs that head down into the actual hold down below. And then like up above, it really doesn't translate to anything up above.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be about roughly in the space in between where the two ballistas are, but there's really no like correlation there.
Okay. I'll head back with everyone else then. He'll try to reorient and find everybody since they seem to be scattered as well.
Okay. All right. Alfred, you're able to complete your help with tidying things up, getting things to a point where it's like they're just going to need to do some scrubbing, maybe a little bit, to really find how much is damaged and maybe do some minor repairs, but it doesn't look like any structural damage that's going to... Nobody's going to be falling through the floor or anything like that. It didn't go long enough to get that damaged. Jofreidr just kind of camping out up above deck, looking around, helping out where needed. There is some need, as some of the individuals like Xedre's working with, the couple that are injured. But for the most part, you're able to just do minor things to help. It's nighttime sailing. It's pretty cold, high 30s, not a pleasant night, and there is like next to no wind. Day 4 in general has been a crap day for wind.
Yeah, so I'd just help out where I need to be, and then I'd go back and regroup with the party, everyone else.
Okay. Alfred, as you're completing with your project, do you go meet up with the rest of the party?
Yeah, Alfred would probably want to skip out as much on the last little bits as possible. Like he wants to make sure he gets the big bulk of it and then get out of there. He's not
Yeah.
looking to scrub.
You're
that.
able to get that without too much effort, cleaning up the few odds and ends of broken burned tables, chairs, a couple hammocks that got burned that were unoccupied, thankfully. And then, of course, the broken pieces of the lantern that seemed to be the source of everything. And Angeli just basically proposes like putting it all, carrying it up above deck and throwing it overboard, getting it out of there just in case there's any remaining fire hazard with any of it. Just toss it overboard, and we don't care about the fishies in this time frame. So
Alfred by that time would be gone, so he's not thinking about that.
okay. All right, so everybody rejoining the party, getting back together, the six of you back in the room.
I have enough moral dilemmas in this game. I don't need that right now. Come on. Alfred will walk into the room probably as one of the last people, wipe his brow, and just like plop down on whatever surface is not the floor currently, and just sort of like lean up against it, trying to catch his breath.
I suppose it does prompt a question. Jofreidr, did you put the barrel back, or is it still just laying out there?
Yeah, no, I would have put the barrel back.
It should be lighter because it's
Empty.
empty.
Yeah, we wouldn't. You could have done it on your own without the enlarge to begin with. It just would have taken you forever to get down there. So, moving it back empty is no problem. And I would presume that once the incident was done, Alfred, you probably would have dropped the enlarge on him, or was he giant Jofreidr helping out above deck too, intimidating everybody?
Alfred would have just let him wear the suit for as long as it would have ran. There was no point in not having him have capabilities.
Yeah, just
I'm sure they would have appreciated it.
All right. On that note, Jofreidr, you made no friends above deck. Everybody just kind of steered clear of you while you helped out. Don't get stepped on. But
Big question.
yes.
Is Jofreidr bigger than a pack of deer when he's enlarged? And if so, by how much?
Yes.
Like, pretty much?
Not by a ton.
Not by a ton.
I would say he'd be roughly, well, because he didn't continue to grow because he was staying within the confines.
Right.
He would have been just probably roughly around 9-10 feet tall.
Okay.
Yeah. I feel like he would have just been a couple inches shy of the roof and just about as wide as the room.
What a big boy. All right. Thank you for answering that random question.
So, 6 of you are all reunited back in your little private portion of the ship.
Relay information.
Yeah, did we find any leads? And then just go into it.
Who's
So,
gonna be popping off?
Yeah, everyone's now caught up to speed about Zircon being sketchy and his plans.
Okay.
What's your oversight about the three? I helped Ada, I helped Valika, and then I helped Maris, and none of them really helped out at all. But I did make note of the fire was just above the bottom of the stairs that lead down to the hold. And then I guess if it's scorched above, it would kind of be in between the ballistas a little bit. My math isn't that great. I can't do that like Alfred.
Have we discovered a motive for this? Do we have any idea why someone would set a fire?
I was, I made the offhand comment remark earlier that Zircon does seem to have a chip on his shoulder because everybody doesn't really take him seriously here and they treat him as a sort of joke. So maybe that could be some sort of show of power. Maybe he's looked to just punish people. He seemed very quickly to be accepting to point the finger.
I mean, I let him go. I I wrote down a lot of the stuff that he told me, and Xedre just flips through his notebook about the vine blood and the giant shark and the Merblitzen, and he's just like, yeah, I mean, do you really think he holds that much of a grudge that even after he gets to talk about the things that he loves,
Look,
he just goes right back to anger?
I'm not saying that he didn't love his mother or had a bad background or any problem growing up. I just know that he acted very suspicious when I told them that we already suspected foul play and that we had a list of people to choose from. He seemed very suspicious, as if he was almost delighted that we had people already in mind. Not in like... It's just the way he presented himself, as if he was relieved that we wouldn't have been suspecting him. He almost turned around and told me, no, you have no evidence, it's bullshit, but, you know, clammed up and said, oh, yes, of course, yes, foul play.
I think that your inherent dislike of the man might be clouding your judgment.
I think you weren't there for the conversation that we had.
I do not
That's
believe
true.
that.
I think in this situation, Alfred will cut in, that we go to the person that heads the ship. That no matter how we feel about whoever is in this situation, whether or not we think we can trust him or not, there's one captain of this ship, and that is how it shall always be.
I don't know if it shall always be, but I definitely agree that we should go and speak with the captain and the first mate and the other officers in charge. Take statements.
Oh, I don't think there will be two captains.
I do not believe the intent was to sink the ship. It's obviously someone that knows we would have been able to put it out. It doesn't make much sense to set fire to the ship and kill yourself at sea along with everybody else.
Didn't mention to us the place where the goods would be held after we pick them up.
Isn't it
In our room.
quarters?
Wherever we want.
Yeah, we're basically in the cargo hold.
Yeah, for your particular cargo, it's in your chamber.
Okay. My thought is that this was, I don't know, a setup for something later. There's not much to do if we don't have the cargo, but they can set up an easy way in. I mean, Vault made such a fuss about the locks and everything like that. What if somebody else is trying to make sure that locks or something else is damaged so that it'll be easier to sneak off with the cargo whenever we get it on board?
No, no chance. I fixed everything up today. Did Alfred fixed everything up today, correct?
I don't know. I mean, damage from the fire? Yeah, everything's good.
DM, real quick, roughly like what time of night, day, morning is this? Like, are we at like midnight, like 2 a.m., 4? Is it sun-ish?
At this point in time, you'd be approaching 3 a.m.
All right. While I believe this investigation does hold precedence, the question remains: we have no lead on a motive, and even if we do discover something, what do they gain, and what do we gain from investigating this? I personally think it would be better just to get a night's rest.
I'm going to leave my cat out and about, pick up any information. Kiesel is Beck's work on, so perhaps a little bit more on him, but sort of patrolling around. And we can check in to see what he has found in the morning.
The only problem is that he's expecting this to be done tonight, and is expecting us to be meeting him in the near future, which I would assume maybe no more than the next hour, to rendezvous with him in the captain's quarters. Now, if nobody else wants to come with me, that'll be fine. I'll go by myself. But he is expecting some sort of company at 3, 4 in the morning. If I could make a suggestion, I would at least like one of you to come with me at this little meeting at the captain's quarters, just to have a little bit of.
With Clever Eye, I guess. I mean, more of like a working relationship, but I can help, and I'll stay up. I don't I don't mind if everyone else wants to sleep, but I just don't trust it, and I would rather have a set of eyes. I don't mind. The sleep's already been disturbed, and if I'm being completely honest, my mind's kind of thinking of home, so my focus is a little bit pulled.
DM question. Or
Yeah.
I want to chime in, but I have a question about how much sleep have I had relative to the amount I need for a long rest to feel rested tomorrow? Am I at like 6 hours? Am I at like 4 hours?
I would say probably 4,
Okay.
but
We're like
that's
halfway
kind of up to you as to what time you would have typically retired.
Sure. Generally speaking, I'm not staying up because I'm not hanging out with anybody. I'm just pretty much doing my shit, paying attention to guard and shift changes, and then sleeping when necessary. So, okay. If we can make the interrogation short, I think it would be pragmatic for me to be involved. But if we're to hold it until morning, I could get a nice sleep in, and that wouldn't be bad either.
Oh, I mean, we'd have to spend the all night talking to the officers in the captain's quarters. It could just be a 30-minute chit-chat at the very most, and we can go back to sleep, but...
I could just be a fly on the wall.
They are expecting us, so maybe even the more of us going, the better, to at least... I don't know, fucking know, this guy's just really suspicious. I just don't like the way he acted.
You don't have to. We'll take care of it. We'll go straight to the captain and we'll figure everything out.
But whoever wants to come with me, then, I guess we can make a break for it now.
I'll come with you.
I'll follow.
Jofreidr will follow.
Goddamn right.
Shit, all of us are going.
Yeah,
everyone-
It's
I'll
still
take
everyone
this
is
moment
going.
to thumb a smooth stone in his pocket and take back a second level spell slot. Because we haven't hit dawn.
Everyone is going.
Yep, you might as well come.
If
We'll cram in like sardines.
oh goodness, 6 of us in a room asking questions. I feel like that's going to be overboard.
Then
I could stay back.
You
I'll be
mentioned a
professional.
fly on the wall, and I could literally be like small, if you need me to.
And I can be a cat.
What? Oh,
You
right.
had a
yeah.
cat.
You
Oh,
could
that's-
be
that's
a cat.
right.
I did. It's a new thing. I didn't know that.
It's more of a figure of speech. I can also come if you need me to use some paint.
Well, let's get going.
Kiso, I'll
After
follow
we'll
your
walk
lead.
out the room.
I will lead and have them follow.
Okay.
And I will make my way, I guess, to the captain's quarters with whoever is going to come.
Oh,
plus Galfrank.
We should definitely have somebody guarding the shit, man. I don't want anyone breaking into our stuff while we're gone. This sounds bad.
Jofreidr will stay back.
On routine is putting an alarm spell.
Oh, you have the
on-
alarm on there? Okay, cool.
Yeah, he's got an alarm not only on the door but also one on the bag itself.
Oh, my hero.
So yeah, he's tying up 2 spell slots like daily
Oh
with
my
that.
god, yes.
Jofreidr is actually gonna like try and tuck himself like somewhere behind the stairs that go up onto the main deck. Keep an eye on things, kind of
Sentry.
sneakily,
Ooh.
so I can watch people going up and down the stairs if anyone goes in that direction or anything like that.
Nice.
Be
Sentinel,
stealthy.
if you will.
I'll do a stealth check.
Yes! Roll that stealth, boy. Come on.
All right.
Oh,
just to
that was
run
so
down
close.
that I know where
17.
everybody's at. So,
Mhm.
Jofreidr's posting sentry on the stairwell with his 13 stealth.
Big style.
Kiesel's leading the way to the
Holy
captain's quarters with everybody else in tow. Or are we doing the cat and fly on the wall concept?
No, I'm coming with.
Xedre?
Xedre sees everybody walking. He's like, I just need to clarify. Like, can we discuss what exactly the plan is? Because if we all gonna go in there, I mean, I have multiple benefits that I can offer. I can be my charming self. I can go ahead and send my firebite. I can just turn into something and be
Set my
small.
ears to listen and hear better for lies.
Ooh, I mean, I think I'm a pretty good judge of character, but yeah, I suppose.
I
Yeah, I mean, I think
If
we're
there's
all
some
pretty good
magic you
judges
can
of
do to
character.
make me hear better.
Yeah, okay. Then I'll just go ahead and focus on that then. And
Wisdom bonus.
Xedre is going to go ahead and cast Enhance Ability. He is going to go ahead and upcast it so it affects both himself and
Yes.
Vault. But
Okay.
let's see, which one is it?
Whiz.
Wisdom is Owl's Wisdom. So yeah, that little tattoo of the owl kind of forms on like both of our wrists.
Ooh,
I'll try that
So,
effect on you.
that feels wonderful.
my objective
Trigger
at
the
least,
sound effect there.
Yeah, I will.
nice. My objective at least is to ask both of them questions, and that way we can maybe cross-reference this with the schedule that we have, and maybe catch somebody in some sort of a lie.
Can I suggest that we keep our cards close to the chest on this one?
Yes, extremely.
I would like to divulge as little information as possible of any suspicions we have or anything like that, because we still don't know who to trust on this ship. And the most important part, we haven't even gotten to our cargo yet.
Yes, most of all.
But I will follow along.
All right, walk.
Okay, so
Buff.
now that we have everybody heading off to where they're going, this would probably be a good place to do our break. As we're halfway through the 3-hour goal that we usually shoot for. So let's go ahead and take a break, say 5 after. Everybody be back on and ready to go at that point so we can get back on the stream being active at that point. For those that may be watching, we are going to take a quick little 5-7 minute break. Some of us will probably stick around and be on here, answer any questions any of you might have, or just generally chat back and forth with anybody in the chat or amongst ourselves about random crazy things like crustaceans being the future of all life on this planet. So thanks for tuning in up to this point, and stick around. We will be right back after a short break and see if we can figure out who done it.
Who done it?
Carcinization.
All right, we are on the intermission screen. Man, I've been looking at these sandwiches.
You've been waiting for snack
Bro, I
time.
literally have. Just been waiting. Been sending memes about sandwiches.
All right, I'll leave our lovely tropical music going over break here, but turn off the sailing sound effects.
Just when we think we're going to make it through our journey.
No landfall for you.
Yeah, we spend an hour and a half talking,
Hey,
We
getting nothing
put a
done.
fire out in there.
we put a fire out,
And then
and we're gonna
we
go
spent an
talk
hour
to more
talk-
people.
That is why the sound
just-
effects didn't trigger. He's waiting for me to give it a yes for the link. Bummer. All right, I am going to refill my glass of water, and I will be right back. So I guess
Me?
Pope,
I'm-
it's just
I'm
you
holding it
eating
down.
on
Me and my sandwich, boys. We
eating
got
by
this.
yourself.
Listen,
All right.
this stream was brought to you by Pope's Sandwich. It's delicious. It's better than anything Vault would make. I'm just saying. Listen, Vault's an okay cook, but he ain't a sandwich craftsman. Y'all getting the lore. It's good. Got chicken, salami, cheese, French bread, mustard. Mm.
Serious stuff.
Our lack of motive is the biggest problem to this investigation. I do not understand what anyone gains from setting a fire like this. Establishing the principle that fires exist on a boat, not a good move. Trying to sink the boat, not a good move. Distraction, then we got to figure out what the actual crime is. There's just so much we don't know.
Truly, I just keep racking my character sheet, trying to look and figure out what can I do to gather information, and is out of my wheelhouse right now.
It's all right. You can, you've got like a really good intimidation and shit. Like, I basically can't talk to anybody. All I can do is listen really well. Be like, that's a lie. But I can't like persuade
talk them.
My persuasion's not great. It's
I
just
can sweet talk them and I can lie to them, but I can't intimidate them.
Oh, you can't. I thought you had high intimidation.
I mean, I have a +5.
That's pretty high to me.
I have a much higher persuasion.
That's fair. My intimidation's 0. Vault is not intimidating.
It's the stature.
I only have 3 stats with 0s. Intimidation, deception, and athletics.
Wait, 3 stats with 0s? Hello.
Skills.
Yeah.
Oh, I've got 1, but that doesn't include my negatives.
Fair.
I have a 0 in athletics. But I have a -1 in animal handling, medicine, piety to Priora, Noctology, and survival, which coincidentally are all wisdom-based stats.
How's your animal handling?
Sorry? It's a -1.
Your animal handling is -1?
Yeah.
And you take care of Cybil?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alfred, you realize that I haven't like asked what is necessarily good for Cybil. Alfred is just like seeing things that are edible and is like giving them to a cat. There we are.
Wow, look at that! Now that is a good, handsome boy or girl. I'm not sure.
Django, you gonna look?
Oh my god, I'm in love. Tell me more about this cat.
Big fluffy kitty.
Oh,
This is Django.
Django.
We can probably take our screen off so the
Yeah, dude. Oh man.
Let's show the cat on
Sorry,
stream.
this is
Yeah, show
wow.
cat.
I've got a sandwich, but that's way cooler. Sorry, you're gonna have to raise him up a little bit because part of your camera is cut off on my end. There you go. Oh,
wow.
Oh,
truly. A
Oh,
masterpiece of
photogenic
cat.
too.
Oh, look at that. Django, you've been debuted on stream.
Aw. My heart for Django.
He's my 12-year-old little boy.
It's like you're just
Django
using
did
it for the clicks.
Django set the fire. I'm calling it.
Hmm.
Can't be mad at him. Just let it go.
He decided he needed to come in the room, so at some point in time, he'll probably start crying because he'll want back out.
My cat just goes through my window because I have a window unit, so I have like a
nice.
removable flap right next to it, and he just goes in and out whenever he wants.
Dude, we had a neighbor's cat when we were living abroad that used to do that. Come across the roofs from house to house and break into our balcony window and then like scratch at our bedroom door. Like inside the house. First time it happened, I thought we had an intruder. I was freaked out. And I was like, how's this cat in our house? What the fuck is happening here? He's on the 2nd floor, but on the stairwell. We called her Potato because we didn't know whose cat it was.
All right, we're late.
I'm not.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
Red
everyone's
Xedre's
here.
precisely
Like
what he means to.
Yeah, I don't
He's always late.
True, he's been late to literally everything in his life.
I'll put him on blast.
Fine, he'll never know. He goes back and rewatches the VOD.
That's right, my boss is the same way. He'll tell you he'll be at the shop in 15 minutes when he's still sitting at his house, which is a 35-minute drive.
You have to be if you're like a manager of any sort, you have to do that. I'm pretty sure it's in your job description. You're like, yeah, I'm on my way, and you're like texting.
Yeah, he will say 15 minutes and he'll show up 3 hours later.
Huh?
Oh, hey.
Hey, Outcat.
I had to have
It's
a
culture.
I had to have a PC correction at my sister. She said color blind. I had to correct her. Color deficient.
On that note, we're all back. Sort of. Jofreidr's there. He's just invisible at the moment.
That's that stealth, that 13 on stealth, dude.
He's looking really invisible for a 13 on stealth.
No, we just rolled really bad in our perception check.
He's just standing very still.
Yeah, Jofreidr's standing there. Let's see. How long's your enlarge reduce? In effect
Under
for?
the stairs.
Oh no! Oh no!
Just spilling
1
out
minute.
from the stairs.
Oh, okay.
It only
1
lasts
minute.
1
It's
minute.
long past at that point in time. It was
Yeah.
gone by the time he got upstairs. So you did not make enemies of the crew. Then we will retcon that out. So, all right. We will push forward with the heading off to meet with the captain, the captain's quarters, and presumably Zircon and maybe others. And you guys make your way up above deck. Some of you have already been up here in the night. It is very cold, high 30s at best, no wind. Been a frustrating day at sea, both between the no wind for the crew and you guys dealing with the after effects of Alfred's dream from the night before. Ooh, Cybil's on camera tonight.
Oh, my heart.
Make your way over to the captain's quarters. Upon reaching there, you can hear raised voices inside. Not so much shouting, just talking in a very loud volume. Vault, with your passive, you can recognize the voices of being Zircon and the captain.
Say they're loud.
Yeah.
Are they yelling at each other?
No, it's not yelling. It's just like elevated voices of like concern or maybe some anger, but not like directed at each other.
It's not a shouting match going on. Cool. May I ask a question regarding the effects of the? Oh, here it is. It actually says it. Advantage on wisdom checks, right? Mm-hmm. So, is that all skills that involve wisdom, or is that correct?
Any check that's a wisdom check, regardless of skill.
Oh, yeah. I'm so excited. Let's go. All right, sorry.
I will turn back to the rest of the party who's following me before I open, and I will just say, if I have to get kind of mean, I'm not going to be opposed to that, but I'm just going to...
Perhaps we start with honey before the vinegar.
Yes, no, I'm just saying, if we're going to coordinate something, let's just exchange looks so we know when to turn up the heat.
My plan is to be quiet.
Indeed.
Unless you need something.
Excellent. I'll go.
Just walking in?
Yes, go vault. Vault style. Just open the door. It doesn't matter.
Please knock.
Okay, yeah. No, as I'm reaching for the doorknob, I'm like, yeah. Bop, 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 bop. Bop, bop.
And as you knock on the door after your little momentary go to grab the door handle, oh, wait, no, I'm going to knock. a hand reaches past you and grabs the door handle, and Anjali goes and pushes the door open. Like, yeah, it's fine. Just come in.
I should have stuck with being a boss.
So you walk into the captain's quarters. A couple of you have been in here before, maybe not welcomed last time, and see it's a fairly nicely decorated. Takes up half the space of this back. There is a door to the left that goes into a separate room. This is on the right side of the quarter deck at the back, and yeah, walking in, it's a 10-foot by 20-foot room. At the far side is a pretty nice desk, captain's chair. Everything seems to be affixed to the ground. There's some maps mounted on the wall to the left, and then there's just a small bed, more of a fancy cot than anything, off to the left, and then some different shelves. Some books appear to be mostly like ledger type books, but then occasional actual produced books over on the right on some shelves. And at the desk, Captain Clever Eye is seated in his chair, talking with raised voices with First Mate Zircon, who's standing at the desk, like around the side of the desk with his left hand on the left side of the desk. Just kind of, their loud voices are immediately interrupted by the door opening, and you just like hear it goes back to just a normal voice. Zircon just staring daggers back at the door. It's like, oh, okay, come on.
Well, I'm glad we could come together for Prophet's office's meeting. I'm glad that everyone's here. Well, what if you don't mind us asking, what did we find ourselves in the middle of?
Well, Captain and I are trying to reach a resolution on whether to start searching through the crew chambers.
Okay.
What are the arguments?
And Captain Clever Eye just kind of puts his hands together, leans back in his chair. Trust my crew. Not going to go rifling through their things on the whim of a blame being placed on them, but I will say that I do agree with my first mate. Do need to get this resolved sooner rather than later before anything else might happen, or the culprit might run off once we reach port. So, any ideas?
If no one speaks up, then I will step out from behind Kiesel. I've not stealth rolled yet, but I am trying to be slightly stealthy about this. Was there anything beyond the fire that's happened out of the ordinary?
I might be able to contribute on that. My keys are missing. And that's Anjali chiming in.
Can I insight check that for a lie? Can I insight check that for a lie? Yep, I'm gonna.
Sure.
That's gonna be all I'm gonna say for the next hour. I'm sorry.
Hey man, someone has
we're gonna
to.
roll a lot of insights here, so.
Okay.
Does
Xedre's
Alfred
gonna-
also remember anything about her keys missing during the entire time that he spent with her?
No.
I would like to insight check her then. Alfred would find that very suspicious.
Okay.
As she says that, Xedre wants to immediately look to the floor and see if there are any footmarks that have come into the captain's quarters.
Okay, give me a perception there.
Were the keys on you directly, or do you keep them here in the chambers?
Give me a second.
So many checks. DM all of them at once.
I'm just role playing.
Want to know everything,
Everyone raise their hand.
but I rolled an 11.
Xedre with the
Damn,
25.
I got two 20s.
Advantage, drop the 20. Jeez Louise.
Christ.
All right. Alfred, you believe Anjali's statements are true. Vault, you're not convinced.
Okay.
But you don't necessarily pick up the vibe that she's lying,
What?
necessarily.
Okay. That is real confusing, but thank you.
Do you usually keep your keys on you, or do you store them like elsewhere on the ship? On most occasions.
I mean, when I'm out and about and doing my job, I have my keys on me, but all this stuff went down, I was sleeping. It wasn't my shift.
Whose shift was it, DM? I would know.
Bosun's not typically on duty at night. Just you typically don't need to do repairs in the middle of the night, so.
So the question is, who knew that you would be? Who knows where you keep your keys? Are they hidden, or are they just like on the key ring once you come in the door and drop off your coat?
I mean, any number of people would know that I have keys and that I may or may not have them on my person. If somebody gained access to the officer quarters, it wouldn't take much to have taken them, but...
Here's my question, though. If, say, the only people who could access your keys would be other officers, what exactly would make your keys more special than the other keys? What's on your keyring that would be so special to steal?
I don't have any additional keys other than what the rest of the officers have.
I think it might be
the
more
only
of
thing would really be, I mean, myself and Vandana would have been off duty, so first mate and the captain would have been on duty. I mean, anybody that knows I have keys, which everybody would know that my keys would be with me, whether they're on me or in the officer quarters, and the officer quarters typically aren't locked.
DM, can I interrupt?
Especially when we're in there.
What are the...
Yes.
Yeah, what are the, where are the officer quarters relative to the fire, or...
It's under the forecastle.
Okay.
So instead of going down the stairs to go down into the second deck, there's a doorway up above that's where all the officers, other than the captain.
So is that below the fire line? Or above the fire line?
Above the fire line.
Yeah.
Is it the opposite side of the boat? Like the fire was kind of...
It'd be opposite from where we're at right now.
Yes.
Okay.
Just the difference is that the forecastle is all one room versus back here it's split into two. We have the captain's quarters and then a separate room, which it's no big secret. It's the basically the meeting room.
Right. It just would I know intuitively or roughly like who might have, like, I don't need to know the list right now, but like more like would I be able to know who could have been in that vicinity on crew rotation? Again, don't need the answer right now, but
I mean, it would be possible for any of the people that were on duty to have been in that vicinity without too much issue.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
And if they were stealthy, any of the ones that were off duty too.
Very true.
I want to press this question again. Like, yeah, no, okay, yeah, but what's so worth on your keys to be stolen from? Like, just it unlocks all the doors to the ship, and then
yeah.
So there is a valuable, but we're not carrying any sort of cargo right now, or anything worth value really on the ship until we get to parole.
Nothing. I mean, like, we're carrying cargo, but nothing significant that'd be worth like stealing. Doesn't mean. I mean, I don't. I'm just telling you that my keys are gone. I don't know specifically why they would have taken them, other than it gives them access to everything on the ship.
All right. Well, let's move on from that point. Does anyone else have anything to contribute moving forward?
Xedre would like kind of pull his attention up off the ground and like look over at Anjali and say, is there anything specifically in the hold that you're keeping?
I mean, me, myself, just supplies. I mean, spare wood, pitch, things that might need for plugging holes in case we run into damage. I mean, as the crew, I mean, as the ship as a whole, I mean, it's nothing really amazing, just goods transporting to Baral. I don't know of anything that'd be like specific to gain attention down below, and they're gonna lock on that part of the ship anyway. So,
Insight check.
Sure.
Okay.
She's
I'll
giving.
keep on looking at the ground. He's not paying attention.
She's giving us a friggin' workaround, y'all.
Or she just doesn't have anything else to say.
No, everyone's suspicious and guilty.
Everyone is in guilt.
I love Kiesel's philosophy on this.
She seems genuinely confused as to why she's being grilled on when all she's done is reported that her keys are missing. She thought that was important information, and now suddenly it's like she's a suspect or the main person of information. And she's just like, if any uncomfortableness that's coming off her is like, why are you asking me? I'm just the guy that fixes the ship.
I would like to stealthily cast message vault.
Lovely. I would like to listen.
I need to make a sleight of hand check.
I was just gonna pull up your...
Yeah, how does message work? I actually don't remember. Is it a somatic?
So we would do the same thing we did with Xedre when he was attempting to cast spells on his partner Alfred a couple days ago. So stealth and a sleight of hand, because you are doing both a verbal and a somatic. So
wow.
Okay.
Big boy.
I'm gonna start with the sleight of hand. Because the verbal component of it is me just whispering what I'm going to say. That wouldn't be quite as suspicious.
Nice.
Okay.
Good to have that +6.
Wow, you have a really good bonus to that.
Yeah, I'm good. Shark baby.
During
It's a
all
good
this,
stealth roll.
Alfred would probably make a proposition towards the captain and ask, or say something along the lines of, Captain, I know you want to value the integrity of your crew's security and their peace of mind and their ability to have their own quarters and stuff without being pried upon, and I appreciate that. That really is something that I agree with. Maybe as an alternative, we could ask them to, maybe someone is willing to confess for a sentence, or there's got to be something that we could do to, I guess, bring them out rather than trying to dig in, I guess. Any way that we can incentivize them.
Under the pretense this is an individual, Xedre will just say as he's looking down.
So you're proposing lighter sentence of we'll give them a rowboat instead of just throwing them overboard? This person started my ship on fire. I mean, I'm not... there's not a whole lot of options on what we give them for punishment, because they ain't staying on the boat.
Well, as opposed to throwing them overboard, we take them and turn them into the constable when we get to port. They don't die, but they still serve punishment for their action.
And it would seem very merciful for you to bestow that type of punishment. It shows that you're fair and that you're just and that you know to do the right thing, even to those who have wronged you.
Give me a persuasion roll, and you can go with advantage from Alfred's lead up. So set him up and see if you can knock it down.
Said persuasion?
Yeah.
Oh boy, I'm gonna need this advantage.
Or deception, I guess, if you're like outright lying about what you're saying. But
I'm really just trying. I'm buttering him up.
Alfred believes what he's saying.
yeah, I think it's a persuasion on its face from my end. So
Yeah, I'm buttering him up, but I'm pushing what Alfred's saying.
Ooh.
Alfred knows the
Nice.
ideal way to handle people that are sort of in your subjugation range, being from Baral.
all right. So if I were to go with this, how do you propose we go about passing along the information that you're only going to go to be turned over to the Maidenthorn authorities rather than thrown overboard and hope that people come forward?
I would say a simple, large gathering, just one statement, and then tell them not to come forward at that moment, but to come to the captain's quarters or some other location, probably that is easy to get to, and has a lot of plausibility of being in other locations as well, I guess, if you're catching what I'm saying. One that wouldn't denote that they're necessarily going to turn themselves in. One with a lot of high foot traffic, probably.
Captain, I really don't like this plan. I just expecting honesty out of the rest of the crew, that they're going to come forward and rat out one of their fellow crewmates, or rat themselves out just on the off chance you're going to turn them over to Maidenthorn authorities, which we both know are just going to have them executed anyway. This isn't going to get us anywhere, and we're wasting valuable time in relocating whatever happened to Anjali's keys, and we need to just be finding this and getting this put to bed as soon as possible.
Oh, not to maybe make this an indefinite deal, but we don't have to pull into port. We could just stay out open waters away from the port just enough so we can, maybe anchor a little bit and stay stationary. That way we're no longer on a very quick time limit. We could even take time to investigate and maybe ask questions. If with the time that we do have working for Honoria, we would be able to use a valuable time. We're very ahead of schedule.
Well, Xedre, if I have an idea, if you would be game.
Yeah?
And
What's that?
I know that you have a spell that allows you to track object. If you could specify trying to find Anjali's keys, perhaps that would also lead us to whoever started the fire.
Anjali, do you have any keys that are different from anybody else's that I could use to identify a keyring specific to you?
So we can have the other officers with keys stand on the far side of the deck, far away from you as possible, and then the nearest one would be the one you're trying to find.
I'm sorry, is there a question in there that I'm supposed to be answering that I'm missing?
I'm definitely addressing Xedre.
Xedre
That's what I
asked if,
picked up on, but I thought Xedre maybe asked something.
yeah, if Anjali has any keys on her keyring that make it distinctly different from anybody else's.
Did my persuasion roll not go through, or was I supposed to make another one?
That's another one.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
On your whole, let's just hang out off port for a while.
Well, that's just a straight. That's a straight roll.
Yes.
I hope I can do not as good. Bro, I'm like, bro, let's just see a thieves in. Just hang out in port, bro. Don't have to pull up.
All right, Xedre, specifically, what was your question to Anjali?
Shit.
If there is any keys on her keyring that are distinctly different from anybody else.
No, I mean, they're mostly just like everybody else's.
Well, Xedre will go ahead and look at Salinas. If there's not something distinctly different about it, then it would just fall under the category of everybody else. I think it would be really dumb to go ahead and like look up a key if there's a bunch of keys going around.
Would Alfred? Oh, sorry.
And you could have the other people with that key stand on the castle ship, and you can start at the back, work your way up to allow you to find the closest key. Right? That would be the one that's missing.
That might work. Xedre will tear himself away from what he has been paying attention to and give his full attention to Salinas finally. Yeah, I need to kind of sort out things. I have to kind of sit with myself for a little bit in order to channel any sort of locating magic, but
This seems like you all have this well under control. If you don't mind, I just need a small moment to use the little halfling's room, and I'm gonna just kind of skadoodle my way out of there and head to the restroom and more.
did I see specifically any sooty footprints in the room at all? Whenever we like came in originally?
I'm sorry. Yeah, you rolled perception on that way back when with a 25. No. I mean, there's sooty footprints in there, but multiple sets.
Okay. Is it hard to denote specific tracks, or is there like a carpet that comes in here to where it would like catch on the fibers?
Yeah, when you're talking not a whole lot of uniqueness in tread. I mean, you could attempt to, but you're going to have to get down and like beat. Hey, just a second, guys. I'm going to go down here and crouch on the floor and look at your footprints. So that's up to you. If you want to do that, that's definitely something that miite be a possibility.
No, it's fine. Anjali and Zircon are presumably within view. Is Clever Eye behind like a desk or anything?
Yeah, Clever Eye's sitting in his captain's chair behind the desk.
All right. Is there any unusual amount of soot upon Anjali or Zircon's shoes?
With your roll, I mean, yeah, but you also know that all three of these people were down at the fire with you guys, so...
But nobody's taken the time to like clean their boots or anything like that.
Not that you notice, no.
Okay, good. That's when
On a completely separate note, just because I noticed it, the Staff of Healing's been added to your actual action tab going forward, so that you can go and mark your charges as the thing is on.
I appreciate it.
Sorry, I just happened to notice that when I went looking for the spells we were talking about. So anyway. All right, so Vault excuses himself and because he needs a potty break, and the rest you're a small guy, small bladder.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah. Let's see. Going back to the lovely 2 on persuasion, which was not convincing anybody that that was the plan.
Damn it! It's such a good idea too.
Yeah, it really is.
All right. So,
Zircon, how do you propose to find whoever this is without intruding on their privacy? I mean, to me, it seems like the captain values their privacy, so would you not as well?
not when it comes to life or death of everybody aboard the ship.
The
If they have nothing to hide, then they have nothing to fear.
But the captain has made the decision to not invade on their privacy.
Well, then I suppose it doesn't matter what my opinion is.
Does Zircon look particularly like smug? Or
Oh
is
no,
he,
he's pissed
like-
and he storms out of the room with that comment. He's just like, he's done.
Oh, damn it.
What is with that guy?
Oh, you know, we talked about this the other night. Zircon's a bit of a dick. Anyway, I propose that we probably... Maybe the best way to keep everybody's honor, integrity intact is to have each individual come in here one by one. Ask them if they have any information, offer... I can put forward a little bit of a reward. It'd be worth it to me. So I can make a little bit of a gold offer to get people to be a little bit more forthcoming on giving us information. And we'll just check them off one by one until everybody's been through and everybody knows that they went in there. We won't stop until everybody's been talked to, so nobody has to know who ratted out who, if anybody does.
Well, when it comes to that, I have another proposal for asking each of the two. I have some magic that can compel a person to speak only truth. Perhaps we can give that spiel. I can say, if you have any information you want to bring forward, I will make sure you're telling the truth, just in case. Anyone is looking to just get the gold.
All right. Don't think that's necessarily a bad idea, but didn't you and your friends just advocate not invading people's privacy by going through their bunks? But now we're going to cast spells on them to force them to give us proper answers. It kind of seems to be kind of in the negative vibe here. I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm with you on the I'd want to have the answers and have truthful answers, and 10 gold to one of my crew members would be a very large sum of funds for them to have. I imagine it might get somebody to speak that might be lying, but that also would be choosing to take 10 gold and rat out somebody else that on false charges. I think we're probably okay. Like I said, I trust my crew. I don't really want to crossing any lines.
Wait, I said it before, but this is under the pretense that there's only one individual who's doing this, that it's not some sort of group or something, and I'm really sorry, but you all are the only ones that know this plan, including our group, so maybe we shouldn't have let Zircon just walk out of here in a huff, because if he decides to open up and tell anybody about the plan, that could absolutely throw things off, right?
He did say that he would have his own people, his private people, to be able to lock down the ship. So I don't know if are we in the midst of a mutiny?
I'm gonna go catch him, and Xedre's gonna dart out of the room.
He's a dick, but he's not suicidal.
I found Zircon to be more than unpleasant.
Yes.
And
Well, certainly.
I'll dart my eyes to Vault real quick to see if I can let out this information.
Vault
or
is
that
not in the vault.
there.
Ah, it's gonna pee. Oh no.
PP time.
Oh no.
Potty break.
Shit, dude. I'm just no. Okay, it's either the crew's good, and then it's like okay, but the crew's good. Then it's one of you three people, and one of you just left.
Xedre just
Yeah.
ran after him, so
Fuck, I want to
Exactly.
leave too, but now we got to hold up these two in a room to make sure, because maybe they're doing it to fuck with Zircon. I don't know.
I think.
that's a fucking long con if I've ever heard.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
I gotta think of everything. That's D&D.
Salinas will kind of give a small bow to the captain. It was I'm really offering my services in whatever way I can to help you solve this problem you have in your hands.
I appreciate the offer. Anjali, do you want to start working through those that are off shift? Start sending them in. I mean, if one of you wish to, Alfred, you want to stick around and help with questioning? I see my other Fireheart friend left.
You can go fetch him if you need.
Why, just, if you want to be involved, doesn't need to be a large group. We don't want to be overly intimidating.
Oh, you're right.
Six of us were in the room previously.
Yeah, I would be happy to help. If you think I can offer any assistance, I'd be happy to.
I mean, it's more if you think you can offer some assistance, but I just figured it was another impartial third party, non-member of the crew. There might be some questions on whether should be investigating all of you. I'm sure somebody will point the finger at some point, try and claim that your party did this, but I know what you did down below deck, so I know you did your part to take care of it, and you were all within my sight for the majority of the situation, so I don't really have much belief that any of you would be behind this. I hope my faith is not misplaced.
Sir, with all due respect, we have a vested interest in this boat getting us to our destination, and I personally can attest that I would never want a ship to go down that I was on.
That
Fair
is
enough.
true. He is deathly afraid of the water.
All right, Anjali, go start sending people up one by one. Alfred, you're going to stay here. I guess that just leaves you two. I suppose if you want to help out keeping an eye on things, you're welcome to, or it is the middle of the night. If you feel compelled to go grab a rest, we should be able to handle things here on out. Your Jofreidr, big man, any clue where he's at?
He decided to stay back downstairs. He figured that one of us should stay and look after the scene of the crime.
Hey, very well.
I will say, if you want someone intimidating, he's your man.
I don't doubt it. But not really looking for the intimidation. More so let's hope the offer is enough to get people to be forthcoming.
Since we'll give a full bow this time, I will take my leave. I will take another look around the ship and see if I spot anything. If not, I will see you in the morning.
I'll nod and then. Can I pin the direction that Xedre took off in, like door and everything?
mean, you would have seen what door he went out because there's only one door. But beyond him getting out, unless you went and left at the same time, no, you wouldn't know where he went.
Then I'll try to look for Xedre, who's looking for Zircon, who's looking for a way out.
All right, Vault, you would return from your potty break as Kiesel and Salinas are exiting the captain's quarters. No sign of Alfred or Xedre. You know where Jofreidr's at.
So if I see them walking out, I would basically just try to ask, like, should I go back in?
Let's reconvene with. Dill said he was going to go try and chase down Xedre. Let's reconvene with Jofreidr and see if he spots anything.
Shouldn't I be in there for the lie detection, or are we not doing that now?
Alfred is staying in there.
Alfred's not as good as I am at this.
And I'm gonna walk into the captain's quarters. Just walk away.
Right. Well, is that?
Yes.
But the
Help you with something? Alfred was going to help out for the party.
I am here to relieve him of duty, or at least to be his
As
assistant.
you've relieved yourself.
Yes,
that's
actually,
good. You're back up and ready.
You know, it's a wonderful thing to have a freshly emptied bladder. Quite good for the mind.
That it is.
So I will be here to take notes and help out, just kind of on the fly on the wall, so to speak. And then I'm just going to go over to some
Fair
sort
enough.
of like side wall, and
There's a stool over there if you want to. That'll work.
thank you very much. And I'll just take my notebook out and just kind of. I don't know if I need to stealth check, if I can stealth check while being in the open, but like I'd like to be as inconspicuous and like non in the room as possible. Even if
As a
it means moving
halfling
and-
sitting in the corner, I would say yes, you can stealth check, but it would be a disadvantage because
Yes.
it is an open room.
Yes.
And while you're doing that, Jofreidr, not a lot of activity on the steps. You are not hidden. And pretty much everybody's like, hi. Uncomfortable hi as they walk past. As you're creepily just like staring through the stairs and watching as he goes up and down.
I'm just sitting there sharpening my hat, staring at people. As
Oh god, now it's no, you're not getting highs anymore. Now it's a ooh. Just like quickly carry on, move on. Let's see. What's your passive?
14.
Okay. Yep. You wouldn't have noticed if Vault came down around here when he was going for his potty break. He would have snuck through in a sneakily enough way. So, yeah, you don't really see anything that stands out to you as being like anybody's being super suspicious. They're all acting weird once they see you sharpening your axe. So, you don't pick up vibes off anybody. After quite some time, you would see Anjali come down below deck and head over to where most of the hammocks are for the crew members and just like wake one person up and then start heading back. And then she doesn't notice you until she's heading back up the stairs, obviously with her back to you. But then it's just like, oh, really? Don't need to do that. That's it's very unsettling.
I'll like stop. I'm like, oh, sorry, and I'll put the stone away.
Thank you.
Any luck?
She just carries on with leading this person up to go to the captain's quarters. Xedre, in your heading off after Zircon had left. What are you doing?
Trying to see the direction that he went in.
Gear perception.
Not
See how quick you can
running,
catch it.
but walking with the speed.
And damn, Vault, 19 on disadvantage.
It's a good
Dropped
feeling
an
to be a
18.
halfling.
Dropped an 18 for a 19.
19, 20, and 20. That's what I've gotten since I casted the spell.
Dang.
Okay. 24, you catch him heading into... He doesn't go below deck. He goes into the officer quarters at the far side of the ship.
Does it look like he's trying to, like... Am I far enough away that he's, like, able to get in and close the door behind
you
him?
would just catch him. As you come out, you would catch him going in the door.
Are there people around?
Oh, there's the other members of the crew that are still going about doing their business with checking the sails.
Xedre's gonna dead sprint towards the officer quarters then.
Okay.
Is the door locked?
The door's... If you go a dead sprint... All right, I'll say if you sprint, you get there as the door is swinging closed.
Okay, cool. Xedre's not gonna... He's... For how inconspicuous he's being, it's not within view of Zircon. So as he reaches the door, he's going to attempt to stick his foot in it, rather than, like, stick his arm out.
All right, give me an athletics or acrobatics.
Okay. Definitely acrobatics.
All right. You're able to stop the door, but you pop it so it swings all the way open and hits the wall on the other side. So you keep the door from closing, are able to gain entry, but Zircon immediately like turns as to the sound of the door crashing against the wall.
Just like kick it.
These are the officers' quarters. You don't have any business in here.
Zircon, what is... I'm sorry, but what's with the attitude? I'm on your side.
Everybody's questioning my judgment out there, and I'm supposed to be second in command on this ship, and I have very good insight in the security of this ship. And your friends over there going and saying, oh, poo-poo on all my ideas, and I don't know what I'm doing, and I'm just going to go and take everything and do whatever the hell they want, and you guys aren't even part of this damn crew.
That's true.
And he exhales, like, really, really loudly.
Xedre's going to try to... Xedre's going to try to step in and, like, lightly close the door behind him as he continues, like... he'll stop once he's, like, a good bit in. He's not going to try to approach Zircon any further. I'll just say, hey, I know that you have ideas, and I know what it's like to be not in charge of something, but still having great ideas, and sometimes they don't always get chosen. Even if you have the best intentions, I mean, sometimes it's just... It doesn't work out, but I do want to hear.
Officer, I have earned this place. I have served my time, and have a bunch of landlubbers going and just dictating policy on how to control a possible theft and crime spree on my ship. It just burns me. I'm sorry, my friend. I don't. And he just like punches the wall really hard and does everything he can to cover up the fact that he's wincing from hurting himself.
Would I hear any of this commotion as I am going after Xedre, or would I still like have not?
No, because you guys were still in for a little bit. So by the time you would be heading over that direction, the door's already closed.
I gotcha.
Here's the deal, Zircon. We're trying to figure out what exactly happened with the keys. That's kind of a new development, and I mean, doesn't she kind of like sleep in here? Maybe we could go ahead and work together and try to look for clues, and if you came back to the captain with something, then maybe, just maybe, your ideas might hold a little bit more weight.
Suppose, I mean, yes, if they took her keys from in here, then maybe you might find something. Sorry, I'm just a little bit worked up over this. I feel, you know how I feel. This ship, I don't get any respect on this ship, and nobody listens to me, and I just probably need to go find another place to work, because just me and the captain just don't see eye to eye. But yes, if we can figure this out and find the responsible party, I'm all for that. Feel free to inspect away.
Well, I mean, it'd be real nice if I found something, but I think it would be even better if the information came back under your name. You're worried about your reputation on the ship, right? Why don't we try to enhance it a little bit?
All right, persuasion check with advantage.
All
You're
right, we're
singing the
playing to
song.
the strings.
His ass up.
Yeah. Ooh.
Dropped a
Coming
4.
from Xedre too, come on. Zircon's gotta love it. Come on.
I suppose. I mean, it'd be good to. I mean, I don't want to take all the credit. So, we could go as a group, like the two of us, we could go turn this information in, assuming we find anything, because who knows, but honestly still think we'd be better off searching crew members to see who's got keys on them, but...
Well, let's be completely honest. If you're the first mate of this ship, I mean, you probably have connections with some of the people in the crew, and you could probably leverage some of
I got
that.
the people. If you want to go do that, if you want to go search people, I have a couple members of the crew that I know care about making sure that things are done right on this ship, and they will help us. We can get this done. Won't take us any time at all.
Well, who is it? Because I would be so intrigued. I'm making good friends on this ship, and I just want to know that I'm making friends with the right people,
All right, give me another persuasion, and you can keep having advantage, because he's best friends are gone.
Fluttered up. Yeah.
Oh no!
I want to use my inspiration. So do I get to re-roll one of those, or do I?
No,
get
you get to re-roll advantage.
Okay,
you get to redo the roll. So.
Thank goodness.
Oh, there you go.
Zircon, call him a
sure.
biscuit.
I mean,
Zircon is gonna take you on a date once we get to land. Like that's where this relationship is headed.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see any harm in that. This Hollis, he's a good man, really respects security, takes care of things. I mean, I would have had Majid help out, but well, we won't talk about that. But then Shalette, she's pretty honest, respectable one. And then Taru would probably be, those would be the three I'd go peg. It's being we could trust.
All right. That sounds good. I mean, Infinistilis Machine. I'm sorry about that one. I wish it could have been full. I didn't realize that you lost someone that was kind of in your inner circle of doing things the right way.
I mean, it's just I recruited him not too long ago. Brought him onto the crew. Seemed like a good reputation with his last ship, but unfortunate.
Oh, I have one last offer. You know how earlier, whenever the fire was happening, you were kind of like telling people what to do, and I mean, I saw you and Kiesel kind of like work together, and it was really nice to see. And
work together, yeah. That's competing with me. So, sorry. Anger gets
I
ahead of
mean,
me.
honestly, you should see Kiesel and Salinas, because they're both like totally different personalities, but it kind of works when they're together. So I mean, that's what matters. Even if there's any sort of vibration or things like that, when it comes to the work, they get it done. So I know that you said us two, but would you mind bringing on a third?
All right, persuasion check, no advantage this time though.
You sly fucking dog. Oh.
It's a bit of an ask, so. I'm sorry. I don't mean any offense to your friends, but he just rubs me the wrong way, and the way he was trying to bark orders, and I know he meant well and everything, but the guy I'd rather not involve him.
I hate to say it, but it's kind of like looking in a mirror a little bit, isn't it? I mean, that's how some of the people view you too, and I just know that he might be one of those diamond in the rough. I mean, I figured that out about you.
Give me a
But I
persuasion with
understand.
disadvantage.
You are now burying yourself. You are
Oh,
shooting
no.
yourself. You gotta stop fucking talking.
In mouth.
Yeah.
That
I
didn't
deserve
go
that.
down.
Oh my god.
Oh no!
You got a
no,
nat 20
no,
though.
no,
You got a
no,
nat 20.
no.
It's fine. It's fine.
Time for self-reflection. We'll deal with that another day. I'm not. It gets me
fine. I'm
uncomfortable.
sorry.
That's.
I
I
didn't
don't
mean to
really
make you
care for that.
uncomfortable. I just,
It's
yeah.
okay. It's okay. We're good. I trust you. Just not so much really willing to. If we're looking for security here, I just would rather keep it to the people I know and yourself.
All right, then I suppose we go ahead and keep it with them, and we just won't involve Kiesel. And Xedre is going to open the door.
Okay. Let's see. Kiesel and Salinas, at this point in time, you would have walked down the stairs to creepy Jofreidr.
Oh shit! You're really good at that. Have you seen anybody walk by?
Few people coming up and down the stairs. Nothing out of the ordinary. Did you have to figure anything out?
Zircon's kind of a sore sport.
You think he may be involved?
I think he might be insecure. In terms of involvement, I'm not too sure, but he keeps consistently acting the most suspicious. So, but I don't know. The bosun says the keys have been missing. Zircon is very adamant of checking every individual on the boat. The captain doesn't want to do any of that shit. So, I'm not really sure where we're standing. I'm trying to rendezvous back with Xedre, though. He ran after Zircon.
Well, if Angeli's keys are missing, I don't think that would be Zircon, as he should have his own keys. That sort of narrows it down to just the crew.
Maybe, but the captain keeps saying, I know my crew, I know my crew, I know my crew. They wouldn't do it. So I don't know. I don't know what other big plans are being played here, but I was just hoping to catch up with Zircon to maybe placate him or to investigate him a little bit more further.
Where I work. A couple of options. I have my cat who will continue to look around. Could also make myself look like another member of the
Well, yeah, I intend on doing that tonight. Suppose enjoy. I will be heading back to get some more rest, so no. If I do need any help, do not hesitate to wake me.
Never will.
Thank you for the. What's Kiesel?
Nothing. I was just wishing him a good night.
So, thoughts on or any
Stenographer
movements
duty.
going forward?
Any thoughts? No, I feel like we're kind of a stick in the mud at the moment, to be honest. I don't like this. This seems very conspiratorial to me. I feel like someone's setting someone up.
It is quite an odd situation.
That perhaps. There's something more I could do.
How are the interviews coming? Have we gone through any amount of people as of yet?
We're just going to go alphabetical because it just makes things easier that way. So you've interviewed Ada and Adelita. Both of them don't know anything. Neither, let's see. Vault will check your list of who was on duty.
I can't roll less than an 8 on detecting lies.
Heyo.
With advantage as well.
Yeah, Ada and Adelita both they don't know anything about what the heck was going on. They were off duty at the time. Both were sleeping and checking for lies. They both seem to be genuine.
Cool. All I'm here for. I am your lie detector.
All right, Xedre, are you and Zircon gonna start searching crew members, or?
Yeah. Xedre just wants to kind of keep pace with Zircon. He was quick to leave the room first, but he's gonna try to kind of keep pace with him and just say, "So, you have your group, and we were gonna investigate. Are we using them as an extension, or? I mean, I just don't want to get anybody in trouble."
Which is to the 5 of us. We'll go through all the crew quarters down below and just see if we can't find the keys.
Okay. Sounds good. Xedre would like to look at Zircon. Does he have any sort of nervousness about this plan? Is this confidence just coming from who he is as a person based on the stories that he's told before, or does it seem like he's maybe trying to cover up something?
Is he over eager?
Give me an insight.
Yeah. Okay. Insights.
Nice game of Clue on a boat.
It was the first mate in the captain's quarters
With a lamp.
with the lantern.
Seems to be. You're convinced that he believes this is the best way to do this. That he is just confident in this is his method of doing things and what he thinks is the right way to go about it and to get the best results.
Xedre will pull out something to write with and something to write on, and he's gonna look like he is Zircon's assistant in this moment.
Do they pass Linus on the way down?
They will in a moment.
Woo!
Okay, interview crew.
Who we got now?
Arafa and Arnaldo. And
Arnaldo was on the list of suspects. Oh boy. Got one.
go ahead and give me your insights for detecting lies, 1 for each.
Yes.
Spicy.
My minimum's a 15. Just a heads up.
Yikes.
Because I can't roll 1s and I can't roll below a 7 or 8.
Oh!
27.
How about 27? Anybody lying on us?
Rafa seems genuine.
All right.
And let me double check my... Rafa was on duty, didn't see anything until the fire broke out, and then she stayed above deck with trying to maintain the ship rather than worrying about the fire.
Mm-hmm.
Arnaldo, give me the roll on that one.
Oh boy. I love throwing it with advantage. We should do this more often.
Ooh.
24, it's pretty bad,
Come
guys.
on.
Well, I have a question.
Ah,
Did you explicitly tell Alfred that you were relieving him, to go and leave, or were you just I'm going to be here and I'm going to take notes?
I'm gonna be here and take notes. You see, it depends on if you it. I think that the statement I did say I'm relieving you, but I honestly was just in a huff that I wasn't allowed to be here because it's my favorite thing. So no, it was more just sit down on the stool and be quiet. You're
Okay.
fine. I'm not kicking you out. You're good.
No, that was just if Alfred Alfred would not pick up necessarily on, like,
unless it's
given that-
explicit. Yeah.
Even if you said I'm relieving you, he wouldn't be like, okay, yeah, obviously, thanks for the relief on the help.
Yeah, dude.
High five.
High five.
Okay, Arnoldo tells you that he's the one that actually rang the bell to signal the alarm up above deck, that he noticed the fire, came up above, rang the bell, and then as he was dealing with that, other crew members are the ones that rushed to go deal with it.
Yep.
So he wasn't down in the group that was dealing with it. He was making sure that everybody was alerted to it. And appears to be telling the truth.
Okay. Bro, if he's beaten, if someone can lie through a 24, then good on him. You know what I mean? At this point,
Yeah, they did it.
well played. That's one off the suspect list.
Okay, so as you guys are doing those interviews and continuing your way through, the Zircon Xedre team come down the stairs and they head over to the crew area. Salinas, Kiesel, Jofreidr, as you are taking up post in Jofreidr's nice stand and be creepy position, you would see Zircon and Xedre come down the stairs from the other side and see them head off into the crew area and start like rousing a couple people in the crew area.
I would have. No, go ahead.
I'm going to send a cat go run up and start kind of weaving in and out of between of Xedre's legs.
Xedre almost trips. Ain't no way.
Deck save?
Oh,
Oh,
geez.
yes!
Okay.
That was incredible.
I did, yes, but... Oh, that was almost a 20.
At 10, you didn't trip on a cat. A little bit of a stumble and catch yourself. See the familiar cat at your feet.
Xedre will just accept it. He's going to walk with his feet a little bit tighter so that the cat can't squeeze through anymore. But he won't say anything. And hopefully be subtle so that Zircon doesn't notice and say anything.
Zircon's focused on rousing Hollis. Just works through the 3 names that he gave you in order. So rouses Hollis and then Shalette and Taru.
Xedre's also going to prep his pouch at his side that holds his money, and he is going to grab out 2 coins and just kind of like move them between his fingers.
Okay. Once he's got the 3 up, this is a big open area on the front of the ship, so Kiesel, Salinas, and Jofreidr, you can see all of this activity going on, cat or no cat.
Yeah. I'll kind of like lean in next to Salinas. I don't even know if you can. Wait, would you be able to hear me like this?
I'm not currently actively listening.
Okay, so then yes, you would be able to communicate with him because he's not in full-on seeing through the cat mode.
Should I keep a close eye on this? Should I pursue them? I don't want to. If Xedre's there, he's got a plan, so I don't want to crash the party.
Yeah, I would. If you want to make a post on the upper deck, just to keep an eye out for everything, I would continue to take a step down here. Xedre will be with.
This is an awkward time. I need to take an absence really quick.
So heads up the stairs.
He's gonna take a bathroom break too. It's normal. See?
He didn't roll a
Everybody
stealth
moves.
check. Jofreidr, did you have anything to contribute in that conversation since you're standing right there?
Nah, he just observing at the moment. Just gathering everyone else's information, see what everyone else is coming up with.
Okay. Xedre, are you actively helping search after Zircon conveys the plan to the 3 individuals, or are you just kind of standing back and taking notes?
No, he is going to make sure to clarify as the three are kind of roused up. Just so we can go ahead and do this in the spirit of fairness, I think that we need to go ahead and look through your things first, respectfully. And I do think that compensation is probably the best route to go here. And he's going to give 2 gold to Hollis, he's going to give 2 gold to Shalette, and he's going to give 2 gold to Taro.
Ooh.
Ooh.
10's a lot to these people.
All right.
2. Only 2,
no,
yeah.
I'm saying, but
I'm
10's
like,
a lot,
oh.
so that's still a good amount of money. Good job.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah, they each go and like happily go like turn up their bedroll or their hammocks, dump them out, anything that might be laying in them, shake out the blankets, throw them back into the hammocks, open up the foot lockers that are there. Nothing to hide. You can give me perception checks.
You can.
With advantage, because you and Zircon are doing this together, so.
And because
And I still have the enhanceability yet.
You technically already had it anyway, so.
Triple advantage. Roll all the dice. Keep getting them to the 20.
Yeah, dude. Pope's
3?
customary 20 D20s at the end of the session.
Yes.
Oh,
600 or less, and
absolutely.
you're good.
I follow in the footsteps of Varhades. Do I need
You
to
can
do
just do
separate
one
checks, or
roll.
is one?
Just do one roll
Okay.
for all of them.
Cool. Then 24 it is.
My man.
Yeah, 24. Yep, they are very forthcoming with the. You just gave them 2 gold. Sure, go through my shit. No problem. And find nothing of note. Some odds and ends, little belongings and stuff like that, but no signs of keys. If you want a full inventory of everything that they have, we can go through that. But as to your particular purpose of your search, you don't find any keys.
Xedre is going to take up the rest of his journal. He has all these weird stories in him, and then now he's just going to have the inventory of all of these poor civilians. So, yeah.
Yeah, you got. They each got like an extra set of commoner clothes. I think one of them's got a bar of soap. The other one's got. There's a lucky rabbit's foot. There's a collection of seashells. Shalette, fittingly enough, it collects
Shalette.
seashells.
Gillette sells seashores, but seashore. I messed it up. But main question is, as this is going on, Xedre kind of has a thought and turns to Zircon and just says, "Hey, did you think about what's going to happen if maybe we come across any sort of like contraband? Maybe it's not the keys, but maybe it's like things that aren't supposed to be in their bags. Are we just going to overlook that, or are we going to like?"
Depends on what we find. Finding somebody who's stashing things that might be harmful to the ship and crew, we're probably going to have take up a second issue to resolve. Finding just random odds and ends, somebody carrying, maybe some substances, booze, the like. Yeah, I don't really care, but.
Hey, sounds good. Continue looking through.
Okay. All right, you'll systematically make your way through. Let's say we've made it another half hour down through going through these different inspections. Back to the top, folks. You interview Brindell and Chase. And go ahead and give me your lie detector rolls there.
Okay. Again, minimum 16, so they got to be able to beat a 16. There is literally no way I can roll a 1, so I can't, and my feature gives me an 8 as a minimum.
This thing is being all sorts of
23, boys!
Wow.
Nice.
There's a few things this little dude does well.
Chase doesn't know anything, was sleeping, and appears to be telling the truth.
Excellent.
And
Another one?
Brindell, let's see, was Brindell on our on-duty list?
Do you want me to... I have the list. I have Valika,
Yes,
Griselda.
Brindell was on the on-duty list.
Yeah.
Not on the would have been in that area, but on the on-duty list.
Oh, yes. Okay. I had that in the off-duty suspects. I'll put that as on-duty suspects. Thank you.
So, Brindell tells you that she's on duty. She heard, cries, and then saw the one guy that I can't remember who I said came and rang the bell. Arnaldo, that's who it was, yes. Saw Arnaldo run across the deck and ring the bell, and then immediately went down to check what was going on. Saw the fire. She's got a fear of fire, so she kind of backed off and went back up above and chose to tend to things above deck. That all being said, doesn't seem to be 100%. You don't believe that she's telling the truth.
Like, how strong a feeling is that? Is, like, the whole thing, a little bit of it? Is it, like... Does that make sense? Is that even a thing I can know?
23?
Be actually afraid of fire.
A fair portion of what she told you, you are not convinced of.
Okay. All right. Not convinced. Fair portion. Okay. Thank you, DM.
Okay. Back to our searches below deck. As Kiesel, Salinas, and Jofreidr watch on. Xedre, give me some... I suppose investigation check?
Xedre has no hand in touching stuff. He's
Okay.
letting the crew do that.
Then we'll let
But-
Zircon do it.
Okay, but yeah. And I will go ahead and give Zircon's guidance on any roll. Because I think I can do that. I don't think that that's a concentration. Let me check. I think it is. Yeah, so I can't give it to him because I have concentration on our spell.
He starts searching through, and his first set of checks go through without finding anything. At least not anything of note to cause any issues. Going back to the interviewers, any follow-up to believing that Brindell is not telling the truth? Or just noting it and moving
Brindell
on?
is the pachydeer, right? Male pachydeer?
Yes.
At this point, no, my goal is just to be chill and not talk to anybody and just
Okay.
take notes.
Keeping that to yourself, noting it for future purposes. Okay.
Mhm.
All right, so your next two are Floyd and Griselda,
Floyd.
which Griselda is the second of your suspect list.
Bro, we got this list.
Ooh.
Floyd was not on duty. Griselda was. Floyd doesn't know anything. He was sleeping. Appears to be honest. Griselda claims that she saw Brindell. She asked to collect the 10 gold. That she saw Brindell down below, and thinks that he might have had something to do with it because she had passed him. She went up above. She thought it was a little bit awkward that he was down because he was supposed to be on duty, and he didn't have any reason to be down on the main deck.
Sure.
But, who knows? But she also conveys that she's not a big fan.
Doesn't like Brindell.
So take that for what it's worth. But
Sure.
Could Alfred ask if she saw him carrying anything?
sure.
Or if he had any, like, was there anything odd about him besides where he was?
No, not really. Just was in the wrong place. And if somebody did something down there, she wouldn't put it past it being him because, he was in the wrong place, and he's kind of always rubbed her the wrong way.
Was her stuff seemingly true as far as claiming to see
Yeah.
Brandel?
Give her a big old thanks.
What was the thing about 10 gold? Sorry, what was that?
That
That's a
was what
reward.
the captain offered as reward for anybody who
Has
came forth with information.
Well, she's the goblin, Griselda?
Yes.
Yes, good.
It's the criminal hotline reward. So, all right, back to searching.
I do want to clarify, anybody that we search, Xedre's going to personally hand them 2 gold. So however many people we're searching.
Yeah, you're not seeing people being searched. You're seeing their things being searched.
Okay.
Yeah, this isn't a pat down thing. This is a search their belongings.
Is Anjali coming in and grabbing people, though, for interviews?
In groups, she's coming in and giving lists of people, but you haven't seen her since you guys got down there. Presumably,
Okay.
she's dealing with the crew that's above deck at this point.
All right. Do each of the beds have, like, people, like, nameplates or anything to denote
No.
whose belongings they are? Xedre's going to consult the 3, then Hollis, Chalet, and Taru, and then Zircon, just to make sure that he is, like, setting aside 2 gold for each of them.
Okay.
In that case, and he's going to shift from, like, just fully writing down things to he's also going to make sure to look, not touch anything, but he just wants to see, make sure as they're going through people's things that there isn't anything that they're missing. Maybe like puff in a pillow, or it looks like the bottom of the bed has been kind of like shifted around a bit. So he's going to try to help assist that way.
All right. Kiesel, Salinas, Jofreidr, watching this, tossing the beds and looking through all these hammocks and seeing all this stuff going on. Not seeing any activity coming from above deck in quite some time. What are you guys doing? Just chilling? Watching the Gestapo tossed everybody's beds?
I think that Salinas is going to go into his room. How far away is our room from the incident happening over the crew's quarters?
So, where your room is the back 15 feet of the ship, this is all going on in about the front 35 feet is the big open space. Where you guys were standing was like about in the middle, and this is all the way to the front.
Is it within 120 feet?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the ship's not 120 feet long, so.
Salinas is going to go post up in his room and view through Galfrank and be observing with the actions of searchers and what's there. You can try and make some perception checks.
Okay.
And if I and communicate with Xedre if he needs to. If he finds anything, he'll send a message.
Okay.
Andrew does get a little bit bothered by the fact that they're like tossing the beds. Are they doing it in like a respectful way, or are they just trying to get through?
I mean,
Like-
the beds are hammocks, so it's a matter of dump the hammock out and then put the stuff back into it once you've shook everything out and made sure there's no keys in there. So there's not a whole lot to respect in it.
Okay.
Or like you don't make the bed afterwards because there's not a bed to be made. It's a blanket laying in a hammock.
Okay. Does it look like everything's been gone through? Like,
They're
are
doing
they?
a fairly good job. You know you were pretty thorough when you and Zircon were going through their stuff. They don't seem to be necessarily quite as thorough, but they're doing a pretty good job.
Okay. Xedre just wants to see if maybe one of them maybe holds back slightly whenever they're investigating somebody, more so than anyone else.
Give me a perception on that. And then Kiesel and Jofreidr, just chilling now that Salinas walked away.
Are you hungry? You've just been standing here a while.
I could go for a bite.
I just feel like even if we stand here idly and at least eat, it would make us look less suspicious than just watching people. And I'll reach into my person and just go for some like dried meat strips.
Grab some rations.
Yeah, just some rations and just kind of take a bite out of it. I'll offer it to Jofreidr.
Watch the show and enjoy your snack from the snack bar.
I'm more or less just kind of keeping an eye on these goofballs down the hall. Kind of waiting to see if Xedre makes any quick movements or like in a panic I would be able to spring up.
Okay.
But I would also like to try to be stealth. Like I would like to be a little bit more on the shadow here, so I guess I'll make a stealth check.
Okay.
To try to match it with Jofreidr's 13.
You can do it.
But Jofreidr, you can re-roll if you're going to try to hide someplace else.
Nah, he wouldn't really be trying to hide it. He'd be just sitting there, snapping, keeping an eye on it. Xedre, make sure nothing goes crazy there. Just seeing where people are moving.
Kiesel's standing behind a post that's like half his size, so he's coming out of both sides of it and is peeking out, munching with a loud chewing sound going through with his lovely 7. Yeah, nobody's going to be fooled by that. So
maybe we can get some smoked meats once we've landed, but I really do like the cracked black pepper on these. It really gives the jerky some good flavor.
So as you two are standing there and enjoying your snacks and watching the tossing of the beds and everything, and Xedre's focused on making sure that they're doing a good job and being respectful of everybody's possessions and counting out his gold to place wherever he needs to place it, the two of you on guard notice Packadeer male come down the steps, get to the bottom of the steps about 2 steps up, and just immediately turn and head straight back up.
Do you think that would have been weird? I think that's a little too weird for me, and I'll kind of look up and try to maybe run after that Packadeer. So much for Xedre, that's more sketchy.
Yeah, as they turn and head up, Kiesel, both you and Jofreidr would like make just momentary eye contact with this person, and you can give me an insight if you want. This is the popular roll of the night, so
Let's
almost
go.
a 20.
Insight.
Really.
I am re-rolling that.
Oh, yikes.
I'm using my inspiration.
Yeah,
Nice.
some inspiration.
I'm not having any ones. That's
there you go.
That's much better.
Nice. Much better.
Yeah, with the 16, Jofreidr, you pick up, there's a look of panic on that face for the moment you see it before it goes up. Kiesel, you don't quite clock that, but it's still concerning enough that this person went halfway down the steps and flipped around and took off.
Yeah, I'll kind of nudge Kiesel and I'll walk up after that person, pay attention, see where they go.
Xedre, you can give me a perception on whether you notice this whole exchange going behind you, but it's going to be you gotta roll high.
That's fine. I should be okay.
With 15...
Should I give a perception as well?
Yeah, you can give a Galfrank check.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go ahead and use my favor on this one because I can add
Hey,
a
there you
D4,
go.
right? Okay.
Oh, yeah, no.
Oh, so now it's a 16.
Hey.
Yeah, with the vantage point of Galfrank, you don't see anything, Salinas. Your attention's too focused up front. Xedre, adding the 1 to it is not quite enough for you to notice anything at first, but you do notice Jofreidr heading upstairs.
Okay. Okay. Is he following closely behind this individual, or do I just see like
no,
him?
but this person
move up?
rushed up, and Jofreidr is
Oh.
walking up.
Okay. Yeah, Xedre will turn to Zircon and be like, "Hey, Zircon, it's been pretty easy going right now with nobody being down here, but what exactly happens if somebody sees us doing this and they try to like report back to somebody? Is that gonna like implicate the whole search?"
I mean, as long as we make sure that we find it, we find, the stuff, the key, whatever, then nobody will care how we found it because we took care of it and it's all good. But we probably should just move faster.
Oh, okay. Listen, I'm all for this direction that we're going in. I just want to make sure that we don't get it's a harsh word to say implicated, but ultimately that's what it comes down to, you know?
We're not gonna get implicated. I mean, I'll
If we don't
take
find the keys, you specifically just said we have to find the keys. What if they aren't down here?
It's okay, my friend. I mean, nothing's gonna come back on you. I'll take the responsibility for it. We're gonna find the key. I know it. It is going to be here somewhere.
In this moment, Xedre wants to see if Zircon is truthful when he says that he is going to take the heat, because he's feeling a little bit warm himself. Oh.
You got resistance to fire damage. You
To
should be
fire
okay.
damage. Like, can I check to see if he truly means that,
Yeah, you
or
can do
if
it
he's
inside.
saying that out of panic?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's fair. 14. Is in the kind of panicked mode of, hey, we gotta go quicker and stuff like that. You're pretty certain he's not like lying about anything at this point. He seems to like not have time to think through anything he's saying. He's just like, this is what we're doing. Yeah, it's gonna be okay. Kind of his mumbling, stuttering over the words is he's just trying to. We got to keep going. Yeah, that's a legitimate concern. I don't want to get caught. So let's get this done and find the evidence.
I think the biggest thing is that you just need to exude confidence, like you did in all of those battles that you recounted to me. If you can do that, and you can be firm in this decision, like Captain Clever Eye was up in the captain's quarters, then I'm sure that everything will go all right. And Xedre's voice is like cracking towards the end. And he's like, that's what's gonna happen.
Gives you a pat on the back as he's like tossing a blanket in the hammock next to you. It's like,
Okay.
we got this. We're gonna find it, and we're just gonna take care of things, and everything's gonna be right as rain, and it'll all be good. We're good.
Xedre counts out another 2 gold and feels fear in his heart.
May I cut in? May I cut in briefly? I have an idea.
With the cat, sure.
Oh, I mean, to you, DM.
Yeah.
Just as a thought, I want to try and be center right now. I want to send a message to Xedre really quick. I want to send a message to really quick. I want to send a message to Kiesel really quick.
Okay.
Just start trying to coordinate things. I'm going to see the panicked conversation there.
Sure.
I'm going to send a message to Xedre saying, would you like me to him caught? Or are you trying to keep this secret?
Is this the first time you've had a voice in your head?
No.
No.
Okay.
No, this isn't.
First time you had Salinas' voice in your head?
The first time that he would remember having Salinas' head or a voice in his head. Salinas, yeah.
No. Salinas sent him a message when we had just arrived in Six Bells.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
That's true. Okay. So, Xedre will think, and hopefully that works, but he'll just say, I just don't want to miss out on any of the relationships that I've made so far. But also, I don't think Zircon's ego can take the hit.
And then to Walt.
Hello.
How is the interview going? Anyone suspicious that we should be aware of?
Wait, can I actually respond during this stuff?
You can give a limited response.
What? This whole time I was just acting like I'll just drone off like whatever is told. Oh man. Yeah. Okay.
25 words telepathically.
25 words or less? Oh, absolutely.
One.
Brindell is hiding something. Keep eyes on him.
That's it.
And,
Okay.
and then two, so our thing, when the crime scene, Volt said to that Dell is something. I'm not exactly sure who that is.
Shit, I don't know who that is either, but there's a panicked pachyderm paddling his way downstairs, and then he made a run for it, so we're going to keep a close look at him.
Okay. Jofreidr. Following the male pachyderm up the stairs, see that they have made their way to the back of the ship, and give me a intelligence water vehicle proficiency. So
That'd be intelligence plus my proficiency, correct?
yeah, so roll an intelligence check, but add your proficiency in the modifier. If you have water vehicle proficiency, which I believe you do, you keep on being omitted whenever it comes to it. So,
Oof.
oof.
Oh no!
Inspo.
That was the
Inspo
inspiration one.
I already used it.
No.
Yeah, you're not sure what he's doing, but he is messing with something at the back of the ship. Could just be doing a job. You don't really know.
Yeah, I would still approach them.
Okay. As you get closer, you could tell that he's in the process of getting one of the rowboats unhooked.
Yeah, I'll just watch up behind him and be like, it's a long way to row to shore.
Oh, I'm just testing this out, just making sure everything's, the winches and everything's working.
Yeah, you sure seemed in a rush to check these benches.
Oh, I forgot I was supposed to do it earlier.
Right.
Would I be with Jofreidr behind him? I'd assume so, right?
I don't remember you saying that you were going to follow. I just heard Jofreidr walking after him.
Oh, no, I totally would have, followed in afterwards.
That's fine then.
Yeah.
Eating beef
I
jerky.
You
No.
you forgot to do your chores, now you're coming at, 3, 4 in the morning to do it? Oh, I don't know, buddy. Are you hungry? You want some?
No, I mean, I'm on duty. This is one of my chores I'm supposed to be checking on. I'm with all the chaos and stuff downstairs. I wasn't
Oh,
sure.
Yeah. So what are you doing now? What was the purpose? Why did you run back up here so panickedly when you saw them
I
going
didn't want
room
to
by
get in
room?
trouble. I mean, it was just like one of my chores, and I didn't do it, and I was just about to go off shift, and go to bed, and just hit me. So I was going downstairs. That I forgot about doing this.
Side check.
It's about damn
There you
time.
go.
Alright, hey man, never interrupt your enemy when he's making a mistake. I'm gonna let that guy talk. And I'm gonna let you think about it.
Let him bury himself.
Bury-
if he keeps
exactly.
talking, he'll keep on digging his own grave, just like.
Let's go.
Nice.
17,
Yeah.
oh man.
His check matches exactly with what I was conveying, which is he's a shit liar. So he rolled a 1.
Wenches.
It's like not even like.
Wait.
Yeah,
Wait,
yeah.
What was the name that Salinas gave me in my head?
Brindell.
I will look at this guy and go, "Are you Brindell?"
Yeah, I mean,
Brindell, buddy. Please don't do what you're going to think about doing.
If you're just doing your chores, you don't mind coming downstairs with us, do you?
I mean, I gotta finish this.
No.
Yeah.
I think.
No, I mean, yeah, like I don't work for
Brendel.
you. I gotta work on this.
Brendel, I
well,
think it would be in your best interest, one, to listen to us, and two, to please trust us when we say that we should have a conversation with the captain.
At that, like, I have my axe in my hand. I'll kind of like thump on the deck because I know they're directly below us. I'll thump pretty loud on the deck.
As you like go to move your axe, he turns and he jumps off the side of the room.
I'll jump after him.
Yes!
Water walking, boy, you can chase anything.
Is he like jumping to the water?
Yes.
Oh shit! I can't. Oh shit! And I will run downstairs to where they are and just start screaming, "Jumped overboard! Jumped overboard! Man, jumped overboard! Upstairs now!"
Did we all hear this in the captain?
All right. Jofreidr, are you water walking?
Yeah.
Are you diving?
Well, if he's diving, I'm gonna dive after him, but then I would water walk to get back up.
Doink.
If I'm able to
Wondering
grab
as
him.
to-
Ball damage on the water.
Like what?
Does he get to choose when he gets to
Well, that's
walk?
what I was wondering. I wondered what the ring of water walking, how that's worded.
Never really says, I don't think.
Whenever you want, because you're cool, you can do whatever you want with water.
Yeah, let's make it canon.
Stand on and move
Yeah,
across
so-
any liquid surfaces if it were solid ground. I think on that wording, I would say it's optional.
Yeah, it says you can.
When you feel like it.
Okay,
feel like
so you dive and then activate it to climb up above the water somehow.
You grab the water like
It's like you're climbing out of the
shelf.
ice, but the ocean's just moving. All right, give me an athletics check.
Get your hamon running.
I'll rage as I jump as well.
Raging dive.
I
Punch
can get
that
advantage.
water.
Based on the athletics check, we have to rate his diving skill, Olympic style.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Ah, not great.
17.
17.
It's a 7.
It's pretty.
8.2 out of 10.
7.5.
See how well Brendel
7.5.
does.
He's a stick
Not as
figure
well.
judge.
He's a hard critic.
Not quite belly flop, but definitely a pretty poor angle hitting the water. And Jofreidr, you're able to catch and pull back up with good dive. See, he's not a small creature. Pachyder's are freaking huge. So we're talking a good 1.5 feet taller than you are, and probably an extra 150 pounds.
Damn it.
He can carry anything.
But you got him. He fights to try and get away, so give me a grapple check athletics
You
to
can
follow
do
that up.
this. Is he considered prone because he's in the water? Trying to break
No.
it? Disadvantage, please.
He rolled like crap, so we got him.
Bro, he is just straight up
He's just like-
drowning.
Flailing.
He's doing worse than Alfred episode 201.
Yeah, put him on that first ship, and he may have drowned as well. So, yeah, you're able to easily get him and headlock, walk him back. He doesn't stand on water, so it's kind of like you're dragging him
dragging
halfway
him
in
through
the
the
water,
water.
kind of carrying him the whole way, rather than leading him. But you're able to do so. You're strong enough, and get back to Kiesel would be returning at this point from yelling to everybody that there's somebody overboard. And be able to get some assistance from some crew members and haul you back up on board.
Yeah, I'll just walk up to the ship. Can we get some rope, please?
They haul you back up. You're both, drenched. Admittedly, you're not big on clothing, so that's not a big deal for you. This guy is just sopping wet and just kind of coughing and sputtering on the deck, down on all fours.
He's gonna have the others come up with him. He's gonna say, "We need to put a pause on this," and he's gonna go ahead and run, and hopefully Zircon and the other three follow.
Where are you going?
There's a man overboard. Did you not hear that?
Shit. All right.
Yeah, as we get Brendel up on the deck and he's like coughing and stuff, I'm gonna pat his back and be like, "It's not how you'd race those winches, bud."
Damn.
Kisa will have his glaive just out, like just boom, full display, and I will lean down to the weathered Pachydeer.
Thanks for saving me. I just slipped there.
I'll get real close like this, and is this for yourself, or is there somebody else working with you? You can be honest. This is the only chance I'll give to be nice.
I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, I just tripped, fell. You scared me.
I will bang the glaive against the thing.
Give me intimidation.
I'm gonna try to intimidate.
23.
My man.
All right. I would say Vault and Alfred and the captain would be alert to this at this point in time. Between all the commotion on the deck, everybody would be out there if they so choose to be.
I'll follow the captain and stay in his shadow.
Yeah,
I'm actually kind of stealthing behind the captain.
Probably would have joined in right and stepped behind Xedre. I would be up there.
Just follow it.
All right, so a lot of commotion out here. What do we got?
Old Brendel here was greasing the winches of this rowboat here and slipped off the deck.
Oh.
And I, as I'm still like crouched over him, does he tell me? Does he give me a straight answer to my question?
With your intimidation of a 23, let's see. How bad does he roll on this?
He's himself.
How bad does he shit himself?
All right. I thought there was people that said they'd pay me if I could raid Honoria's stash and take her stuff, and I mean, I just thought it was some easy money, and I got a family to take care of, and I needed the money, and...
Buddy. That is...
You can roll if you want, Paul.
That is truly heartbreaking that you have to support such a family. Who hired you to raid Honoria's stash? Who's
Quite
they?
a terrible criminal, if I may say so. We don't even have the stash yet.
Okay, Vault, your insight is this guy's being honest. He doesn't have any wherewithal to be doing better than this. He is in a puddle at this point. Kiesel and Jofreidr, are you guys intimidating, or are you like trying to persuade him to pass the information?
I broke his spirit by intimidating him, and now I'm just trying to goad him into explaining to me.
Okay, so you can do a persuasion, and Jofreidr will give you advantage with that.
Were we able to go through Brendel's things?
No, you haven't made it to his stuff yet.
Okay.
Lean over to Xedre. This guy broke a lot faster than the last.
What a callback.
I suppose it doesn't matter now. Was the Reckoners, they were trying, they offered me good coin to do it, and I didn't want to do it, but I mean, I just needed the money. And...
The same idiots that kidnapped the guy that we rescued last week.
I don't know anything about that.
I want to mosey on down to the Pachydeer. I want to stealth if possible. I don't want to be seen, even though I know I'm like in plain sight. But
Xedre will strut up, so hopefully that's a distraction enough.
Actually, no. I want to say to the captain. Sorry, not to the Pachydeer. I'm just at the captain. I'm behind the captain. I want to talk to him in a moment.
Okay. Xedre, you're sauntering up. Getting
to
involved.
the packeteer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you
Have at it.
did you talk to Rune? Is that who asked you for help?
I don't know any rune. This guy, Chuck, I think this is his name.
Can I insight check that word as he says it?
Sure, you can.
Xedre's at this point. Xedre's like, "Are you just hurt? Are you just like so messed up
No.
that you can't recall it?"
Oh, baby.
That was on the board. That was almost like
Two,
that was
20,
such a
2,
that
20.
was such a
That's
scuffed
the
dice
name he
roll.
got. He's pretty confident in. Yep, it's Chuck.
Chuck D.
Charles.
Carpenter.
You knew it was coming.
Damn it, we made this joke last week and I forgot, but I remember Chuck D something.
Oh, nope.
Oh man.
This guy Chuck. I mean, he gave me 25 gold up front. He said he'd give me another 25 once I delivered the goods.
Is there anybody else on the ship that you were working with, or is it just this Charles fellow?
Chuck, and I mean, he only paid me. I don't know if anybody else was doing anything.
Oh, I mean, come on, throwing this guy over the boat. We might as well just strand him in Barol for Look at how sad and pathetic this is. Oh, please.
You did it because you have a family and you just wanted to take care of them, right?
Yeah.
Xedre will go ahead and pull out this pouch that he's been counting 2 gold in for each person, and he's just gonna pull out 25 gold from it and just say, "I'm not gonna give you the whole payment, of course, but do you think that you can at least do your job honestly until we get to land?" And he's
That
not
is
handing it
not
over;
really
he has it in his hand.
necessary. You don't need to be giving him any money. Where he's going, he ain't gonna need it.
Hey, look. That, so as maybe, he is very sad and has.
Oh, that's terrific. He set fire to the ship we're all on.
Yes, and who died?
Luckily, no one.
Exactly. So I say, at the worst case scenario, we
So
leave
it's just
him.
attempted murder then.
We leave him with no money, strand him in Barol, have him find his own way of making it back, and that way you don't have blood on your hands, and you don't have to, know that you widowed a family. I think that'd be a little bit unnecessary, which is, rich coming from me, but I mean, come on, he's crying, he's pissing. I can't tell where the seawater begins and the urine ends, so surely this is enough of a punishment.
Captain, come on.
I'm
You're
not.
seriously going to let them give him a reward and send him on his way.
Oh, no, I totally don't think we should give him any money. I do think we should maybe leave him with no money as a punishment and leave him in a foreign country. And that way, he's not dead. He can find his way back home. It's just not our problem.
Xedre will put the coin away. So we're not going to be like, you give us your money. We're just going to like net neutral. Like,
Oh, you know what? You know what? Shit. Hey, could you give us your money instead? And then I just think because I do want to be fair, as much pity and pathetic worminess as this is, we still want to be fair and punish him, but also kind of understanding at least why he did commit the crimes, which is again very sad and pathetic. And really, Zircon, to make this decision, you would be seen as fair. This would be a fair decision. And everyone would know that, one, it would be a harsh punishment coming from a fair first mate. And the last thing we need is to lose the respect of all the other crew, I mean. And Kiesel will use the same tricks as he did on the captain, the Zircon.
Okay.
I want to Grima Wormtongue the captain at some point.
Turn over his shoulders. Salinas is standing there and just be like, absolutely no. And he just says it out loud in the midst of like all of this.
Do I persuade? Is this a...
Yeah, be persuasion.
Oh man, DC 30. Bro, this guy doesn't like me.
Ah!
You have advantage, you loser!
Oh, I had advantage?
You have the little star!
Oh yeah, but like I wanna just
Is that what that means?
No, that means I have
It's
inspiration.
Or inspiration.
Yeah, I don't feel necessarily inspired that much. It's fucking Zircon, you know.
Fucking sir.
He watches
Yeah, the bridge is
Brindle
burned
is
before it's even built.
searching his pockets, and he goes and he tosses out 2 silver coins on the deck with one hand and the keys with the other hand. That's all I have. Gave the rest to my family
sad.
before I left.
Very
Insight
sad.
check's not-
Very sad indeed.
Sure. I mean, this guy's a sad sap. You don't need to roll insight checks on him. He can't lie to save his life
Oh,
when he was composed.
okay, cool.
So,
He's mentally
he got-
broken.
He got 25 gold and gave all of that to his family?
yeah.
Okay.
Big family. Packagers have big families. I'm just guessing. I'm just throwing out. Just making
The
things up.
big family-oriented culture, you know.
Because they're also big.
His name's Chuck.
Big family oriented.
Captain, if I might, have a word. I know this is pressing.
This is getting strange. So,
It truly is, isn't it? But if you don't mind, I believe between my work and Honoria's, we could use a informant. Can I barter to purchase him instead of throwing him overboard?
maybe you want to keep him as your problem.
He'll be my property.
Servitude.
If it's your responsibility, you keep him out of trouble, keep him out of the rest of our way.
Feed him, bathe him.
Yeah, he's my pet now.
Come on walks.
Yeah. Are you gonna be there at 5 a.m. when he wants to walk?
I suppose. Wash my hands of things.
Surely. I could shine your boots as well.
And I'll cast prestidigitation on his boots, just like completely unaware that that's not what he's talking about.
Oh, that's lovely. You're all an interesting group, but thank you. Yeah, I mean, if you want to take control, could it be a? Hope he doesn't give you much trouble. He doesn't seem like he give you much trouble. He seems a bit sad at this point, but given him his relative size compared to you, hopefully one of your friends is going to help.
I believe I'll be sufficient, but I do have friends.
And then I'm gonna walk away from the captain, give him a little nod, and then walk down to my boy Brindle.
Yeah, he's gonna follow along with you and say, "All right, enough fussing over this, Mr. Baltavius."
Yes, sir.
He said he's going to take responsibility for bringing this person to some form of justice and keeping him out of trouble for the rest of our short trip. We'll see if he's still around by the time we make our return trip, but that's a problem for another day. So, with that, everybody just calm down a bit, and you want to take him into some form of custody. He's going to have to stay in your chambers. We don't really have any place to put him
That's more than
elsewhere.
Brindle.
But
Do you have
And I'm gonna snap at him, and then just be like wave without even looking at Brindle, and just be like, "Follow me." We're pulling English
oh my
nobility
gosh,
here.
let's see.
This is the check your privilege portion of the vault character, bro.
All right, well, we're going to call this an intimidation. It's noble intimidation.
Is it?
I'm more important than you. I'm going to try and intimidate you that way. So give me an intimidation.
All right. This is the first intimidation I've ever rolled this whole campaign.
16.
That's a straight roll.
right?
I have no modifier.
He just rolled.
I-
He raw dogged that.
he just starts mumbling to you. He's like, thank you. What are you going to do with me?
Not gonna say a single word. I'm just gonna walk all the way
Okay.
down to our quarters.
He's just gonna sob, and he has like no will to fight anything. He's just kind of like head down, arms slow,
Broken.
just falling behind you.
Is everybody else on deck right now? Like
Yeah.
everybody has come up.
At this point in time, about 3/4 of the crew is on deck. There's still a few that are unaccounted for, presumably. There were still people sleeping in some hammocks when you guys were checking, because obviously half the crew is on off shift. So you just weren't searching their spots. You didn't dump any people out of hammocks.
I actually have something, and Xedre's gonna go ahead and raise his hand, and like kind of like fold over his notebook. If I call your name, can you go ahead and come up here? I just quick conversations. It's nothing bad. We already kind of caught the one who did it. It's just something else. And he'll go ahead and just call off the names of the people whose beds we investigated.
Do I need to be concerned with this?
Really, I don't think so.
It has been a long night. I'm going to leave you to it. I am going to go catch some rest. We still got another day's travel ahead of us, or at least part of one. So you have fun with this, and please don't let Mr. Brindell get into anything. Good night.
No. Good night. And as soon as the captain walks off, can I corner Zircon?
If you really want to.
Oh,
He
man.
is not a happy camper. He is arms crossed, just like if it was a cartoon character, there'd be the steam coming out the ears. But again, he has just been usurped any power here, and he is about ready to turn and head back towards the officers' quarters. But yes, you could stop him if you want to talk to him.
So, my friend, are you doing all right?
What do you want?
He's just going to lean in close and say, just want you to know, I know what you did. And that perhaps a bit of more respect in order.
I don't know what you're talking about. I got a ship to run.
Lord, I'm sure the captain wouldn't mind knowing then, right?
He doesn't even acknowledge you. He just walks away.
Good night.
Ooh.
What's your passive perception?
Me? What's not great.
11, I think.
Yes.
Okay. Alfred, Jofreidr, Kiesel, what's your passive perceptions?
11D.
14.
Jofreidr, Zircon flips Salinas off as he walks away, but you're the only one that notices it. You're just kind of up over the shoulder as he's walking away.
Which goal do I have to talk? How many people did we investigate? How big was my mistake,
You only made it
DM?
halfway through at that point. You'd made it through between the 3 that were helping and then an additional 8, so 22 total.
Okay, I'm gonna deduct the other 16 because I already deducted the 6.
Okay.
Yeah.
You will never financially recover from this.
Yes.
This guy's still got a
142.
wagon that he gave to some goblins.
Shit,
Or at least-
listen,
actually, we really
listen.
don't know. Because
And-
that happened after the dream started, so where is the wagon?
The best dreams are the ones that you aren't built for.
He also had a purse that he just gave to a random goblin woman in Gob. When we just like came across her, and he's like, here's all my money. Sorry for bothering you.
Good times, good times.
Well, Xedre, as each person approaches, he's gonna say, "I'm really sorry. It kind of got to, real bottom of the barrel as we were trying to come up with ideas on how we could find these keys. And I just want to let you know, that this is for you, and he'll go ahead and hand it. And hopefully they don't ask questions that only those people got 2 gold each.
You got a couple people to go and bite the coin to make sure that it's like, it's got the right softness for gold. But aside from that, like, yep, thanks. They really don't seem to understand what exactly you're giving them money for. They're just like, all right, bonus day. Okay, take our 2 gold, more than we were getting paid for this voyage, and go down back to our positions. You don't get any side eye from any of the people that you don't give money to. They're always like, oh, we weren't in trouble, so they moved on and went to do something else. They didn't figure this was a positive thing.
He'll thank Hollish, Chalet, and Taru as well if they're up on top of deck, just for giving their time and efforts to it.
Give me 3 persuasions.
Holy mackerel.
On your way into some friends.
Yeah. 1, 2. Trying to roll over.
3. Okay.
Yeah. All 3 of them pretty kindly regard you. Not so much Taru. The other 2, you can count them as friends on the boat. Xedre's list keeps growing.
Nice.
He's going to be a part. You're going to take over Jofreidr's first mate position.
No, I'm taking over the shipmate position because it's already established that I can do the job more efficiently.
Of course, you taught your best trick to the ship's mage, so.
Technically, my best was the gust of wind, which I don't think Eudoxia has been asleep this whole time, right?
Lazy.
No, Eudoxia was out involved with this, and she just wasn't directly involved as one of the officers in the meeting. She didn't have any information to gather. Angeli had her information to report, was the only reason she was there.
Did anybody pick up the
Donna
keys?
was actually sleeping in her bunk while you were having your conversation with Zircon in the officers' quarters.
Okay. Are the keys still on the ground? Did anybody pick those up?
I didn't.
Yeah, they got snatched up. Everything's been picked up, cleaned up.
Did they go back to Anjali? Like, was she the one who
Angeli
picked them up?
has her keys. Yes.
Okay.
All right. That is how basically you have lost majority of the evening.
Yep.
Presuming you guys are all exhausted at this point in time, you retire. Unless there's any other conversations that need to be had, speak now or forever go to sleep.
It either is today, this session, or next. I need to talk to Brindell, but
Okay.
y'all, I don't care either way.
Just for noting purposes,
I might as well
Alfred
just get done.
Alfred doesn't feel too comfortable with Brindell in their current state, so they will use Arcane Lock to, like, basically shackle Brindell to their corner of the room.
Whoa, hey, hold on. This is my property. He's my property, and I do not consent to that yet.
Okay.
Hold on.
okay.
This is.
All right. I think there's a conversation that needs to happen there before we close out the evening.
All right.
Yeah, we got to talk about the elephant. in the
I
room.
literally want to have I want to have a one-on-one conversation with
Ernie.
Brindell. This is 100% within the game I am playing here. I'm trying to get a one-on-one conversation with Brindell, which is why I ushered him off, very condescendingly.
So you would have some time before everybody else gets back down there.
Cool.
That's what's on.
So I'll bring him back into our crew area. Is there a place that could accommodate him sitting comfortably? Like, is there a barrel or a bedroll or something that he could sit on that's not awful?
Not
He can't be
really.
in my hammock. He'll break it. I mean,
No, I mean, it's like you guys each had a bedroll that was provided for you. There's no extra ones,
a barrel
and
that he could sit on that he wouldn't break.
not small enough that he could sit on it. The 2 big barrels are, I mean, these are massive barrels that go above your head. So,
Well,
now he just drop in the corner and kind of prop himself up against the wall.
Okay.
Well, friend, why don't you have a seat? I think you and I have a bit of business to discuss.
Oh no! What?
I can recognize a family man when I see one. I'm one as well. and I would like to help you, but as they say, scratch one back, you need your own back scratched. And you look like you have a mighty good back scratcher there.
This sounds like trouble. I mean, I don't want to. I mean, I want to cooperate.
Wonderful.
But
So,
I,
it's very simple. I just need eyes and ears. And that's it. Occasionally,
I
a slip
got
of
eyes
paper
and ears.
could arrive at your house. You could pass along the information to our trusted informants and be paid a hefty and protective stipend for your family.
But I don't. I mean, you're talking about the Reckoners?
About anything. You may not know this, but my name is Voltavius V of House Varheed.
That's nice.
Isn't it? So, our family, my family, deals in information. Clearly,
Okay.
you have connections. That's valuable, and I'd like to hire you. I called you a slave above deck to save your life.
Okay.
You're not
I
a
mean-
slave. I'd like to buy your energy, your talents, and your contacts. Put it simply, I'll draft a contract. We'll make sure the pay is fair, and we'll shake on it. Until then, I need you to work for me. Otherwise, I can't protect you from the crew. Does that seem fair?
Yeah. I suppose.
I do a bit apologize for maybe my rudeness above deck. It's the best I can
didn't
do
hear
for show.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I appreciate not dying.
Yes,
A
a very good thing indeed. How many
And-
family members do you have?
Oh, I mean, like that live with me, or
Who are you taking care of? How many? Is it
well, I
large?
got my dad. He's getting on in years, so I take care of him, and then my wife, and then our 4 kids. You know, it's a lot to take care of, and well, I mean, you know, I don't know how well you know Six Bells, but it's not cheap.
Do you live in Six Bells?
Yeah,
Where?
in
What district?
in the Root District.
A root district. Lovely. I don't have nearly enough contacts on that side of town. When we get you back to Six Bells, come by the Varheed Estate in the Docks District or Water District. Surely, we can sort things out for you.
Yeah, I don't suppose anybody's gonna hire me to work on a ship anymore.
The best I can, I'll try to keep this a secret. I understand desperation can cause us to do things that we're less proud of.
That's appreciated.
I
About
won't
this
hold
time,
it against you.
Alfred will be showing up.
It's going down. He's like, all right, I've got locks ready.
Wonderful, Alfred. I don't believe we'll need them. And I will take personal responsibility for Brindell on the way over and back.
Like Brindell had his hands out ready to be locked up, and he hears you say that. It's like, oh, okay. Hands behind the back. I'll be good.
Well, okay, sure.
Jofreidr,
Alfred's like looking more disappointed that he couldn't use his. He just like puts them away, and he's just like, all right, well, waves his hand. Hello, all right.
Alfred, he's going to work for me.
Oh, okay, all right.
And for all of us.
That's great. How? Okay. You know what? That's great. I'm gonna go to bed. Alfred will just like go to his corner of the room to his little hammock and
Yeah, you're just a bedroll. You aren't cool.
bedroll. That's right. That's right.
It's only Vault brought the hammock along, so.
I don't know if there's space that Brendel can sleep under my hammock, but if he can be closer to me, if possible.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably space. It'd just be a matter of the second half of him is not underneath you. So.
This is so big.
All right, so Alfred's going to sleep. Vault gets set up in his hammock with his new friend. Salinas. Turn it in.
Yes. As I witness this conversation,
Yeah, you catch just as much as Alfred does, so.
I'm going to it sounds like a small kind of like whistle thing, and in a puff of smoke, a cat's gonna appear in his hand. Will you eye on this one tonight? If he does anything more than move out of his space and wake us. I'm gonna scratch under his chin. I'm gonna side eye Packadeer. Go up to my. Make sure he saw me do that.
Sure.
And
Just kind of looks suspicious and then lays down underneath Vault's hammock.
Yes.
Xedre.
Do you want to go first?
Go ahead, Alfred.
I was just gonna say, just to reiterate, Alfred is doing his like alarm spell on both the door again now that it's like been breached and on the bag.
Okay.
Just especially since there's someone new and foreign in the room.
Okay. Xedre?
Xedre's gonna come in, but upon seeing how Brendel looks, kind of situated in the room, he'll go ahead and like start slowly packing up like his bedroll and stuff, and he'll say, "If you want to go ahead and stretch out, you can. That way you have a little bit more room to yourself."
I'm fine. It's okay.
You can go ahead and have the space, and Xedre will like bundle up everything, and he's gonna go ahead and leave the room.
Okay. Jofreidr.
Jofreidr's gonna move his bedroll to almost right in front of the door, and he'll have his hand axe out too, but he'll have like both of his weapons just like in his arms as he's sleeping, kind of propped up a little bit, kind of facing that direction of Brendel just in case.
Kiesel.
Vault, do you mind if we have just a little bit of a word, real privately?
Absolutely. I'll follow you. Brendel, don't go anywhere. And I'll just kind of give him a little like a little like winky kind of smile and wave.
He won't.
We'll be on like the outside of the room, I guess. That was a very ingenious move. But how serious are we of using this guy as like an informant? I just feel like
If
having
the desperate
him...
folk are coming to him to try to shake him down, the next time they do, they'll find my blade between their ribs. And then we can chase this whole thing down and clean up Six Bells. This seems like a great idea.
It seems like a fantastic idea. I would just hate to put this guy in between this spy warfare. You know, the last thing that we would want is having him get caught in this crossfire and finding a blade between his throat.
He was going to be thrown overboard and killed.
Yeah,
This seems preferable.
Yes, you know what? Indeed, it does. I would still just hate for, him to, like I said, die because we are using him as a weapon against the people who came to him.
Oh goodness, he's not a weapon. No, I don't trust him to fight at all. You see him? He fell apart in 2 minutes.
No, but if say
all he's to do is just keep eyes and ears. He needs to do nothing for no one. We'll take care of him. We have a network and normal ways of doing this. How else do you think we buy all of these informants? Desperate people are much cheaper.
Wasn't too sure before then, but I just want to make sure that we're not going to use him to talk to the Reckoners or set up a meeting.
I do not have a direct plan for that right now. All I thought was, I don't have much information in the Root District. He lives in the same town. Should be pretty easy to keep an eye on him. We can get more information. His family will be taken care of. He'll be happier. We'll have more allies. And we have a little bit of help in rooting out corruption.
Okay. As long as we can guarantee that.
Oh, I can't guarantee it at all, but I will do my best.
As long as he's going to be out of relative danger and not used as collateral, that will help me sleep just a little bit better. But the move was very quick and a much preferred alternative. I will say, though, I'm a little bit nervous of the first mate really are just making him our bitch, to be honest. And he is not very happy about that.
I would imagine our relationship's a bit strained at this moment, but
ever so slightly.
My job is to get that cask of whatever it is back to Six Bells, and then use our information to potentially fight an empire for you.
We can start off with fighting the Reckoners, and that'll be a good first step.
He does work for the Reckoners, right? And not some other group.
That's what he said, the Reckoners. He didn't say the Reapers.
Not the other ones.
No, not those, no. Okay, well, then...
Yes, I do not wish harm upon his head, and honestly, in the moment, it was the cleanest option I could think of that anyone would believe. I mean, come on, me with slaves? That's silly.
Indeed. I was thinking more of an indentured servitude. I wasn't going that deep. We would have, treated him well. So yeah, I guess he's just going to be staying here in the room for the next couple days.
I might bring him along to carry my things.
Oh, sure. I mean,
he's a little bigger than me.
Oh, significantly.
He could carry the wine for us, even.
Maybe.
Packadeers
but I'm
would
gonna
be
go.
Pack animals.
Yes, pack people. That's what we're gonna call them. Yes. I'm going to go to sleep. But thank you for entertaining this conversation.
Absolutely. And then I'll follow him and go. Don't shut the door on me. I'm going to bed.
No, I just opened it. I opened it. I wasn't gonna close it.
Thanks a bunch. Yeah, I'll be hopping in my hammock.
All right. I think that is everybody accounted for. You guys all finally turn in for what remains of the evening and the morning to try and get that full night's sleep put in. And by the time you wake up the next day, it is approaching midday. Make your way above deck after following through the regular routine and feel the good winds that have been brought up. Ship seems to be tracking better speeds again, but also cold freezing temperatures that have moved in. Not a great night's sleep because of it. And you awaken to a fairly cheerful crew. There's a little bit of tenseness with the fact that this person who set fire to the ship is still aboard, but for the most part, people seem to be a little bit upbeat, and as you catch casual conversation between people, it's because we're nearing port and expected to get there before the sun sets. And as good winds carry the ship swiftly on its way, and the eye of Aurora reaches its zenith in the sky, you catch sight of a large landmass ahead and to the left. And as you get closer, you can make out a mass of trees. That this portion of land is just covered in trees, a massive forest. And off to the right, the land continues, heading off to the north, and just the minimal glimpse of mountains off in the distance. And the sunbeams start to dissipate as clouds move in, infringing on your view of the mainland. But despite this darkened sight, it can't darken the hope and excitement to again be on dry ground and off of these seas. And As the ship nears the mainland and you are able to take in the majesty of the scene, you see just a small waterfront beach town set out at the end of the trees. This massive forest has continued on for miles as you've moved past, and then here this little opening before a rise goes up into a cliff, and off to the right there is a large waterfall pouring off into the ocean, about probably estimate about 80 to 100 feet up above sea level, and then just pouring out over top. Looks like basically like a teapot pouring out its contents as a gift to the sea goddess. And your view is unfortunately interrupted by the arrival of ice cold rain falling from the sky as you near port. And the shouts of the captain and first mate redirect your attention to the crew as they work tirelessly and quickly to bring the ship into port. As you catch a glimpse of a small group of islands off to the north, and then your attention refocused on the port, you see the small port and town rising up above it. What appears to be only one pier and only one smaller ship docked there. As you catch sight of a large, imposing keep set up on top of the cliffside heading up, watching over the harbor. And welcome to Maidenthorn. And that's where we're going to stop tonight.
Woo! We did it!
We made
Chucky
it.
Reamer made his appearance.
Chuck D. Reamer.
We're gonna be on solid ground.
I've got a
Oh,
squire,
Fritz,
everybody.
so excited.
Yeah, you have we can make him our scribe.
Dude, he can just carry our
I'm going
shit. This can be great. This is so
I'm going to call you Holt 2.0.
good.
Oh no. Oh
Everybody roll
no.
D20s for MVRP.
Is he really a squire though, or would he be a page?
Ooh, this guy knows his
Holt.
terminology.
Being not a noble, I actually don't know the difference. I think squires are people who carry swords and shit, right? And
Yeah,
pages
squires are like the
notes.
shield carriers,
Yeah.
while pages are like more servants,
Yeah.
but they're like the step below squires.
Yeah.
Weren't pages
You know, for your involved,
usually
you gotta
like,
roll off.
Roll off.
Young-
Let's go.
weren't they like the younger boys? It was like just like a intermediate role kind of. Like
Yeah.
you did it until you were old enough to do real shit.
Yeah, you would like clean the person's room and do their chores and stuff like that, basically.
You
Yeah, he's a
you're up
page.
first.
For MVRP first, right?
Yep.
All right. Man. I gotta say, Kiesel with his intimidation tonight was spot on, and I feel like those without him getting those good rolls, it wouldn't have gone as well as we would have hoped.
All right. Vault.
Ooh, it's a tough one. It's a tough one. I'm gonna go Jofreidr, Mr. Big Jeffo here. Right place at the right time as a consistency with him. Whether it's hiding under the stairs adorably, sharpening his axe, like just the looming like presence, putting out the water, getting the dude, catching him, like all of everything that worked out like was hands on his like problem solving physically. So big props for the big man.
Okay, and as you guys each go through, go ahead and roll your next D20. So, Salinas.
I mean, I agree with the other two. I think
How'd you get vegetables?
Diesel and Jofreidr, I think they both had really great moments. I really the under the stairs had me dying, as well as his comments about like the boat, and did some serious work. But my vote goes to Xedre. That man, Zircon, that was truly masterful. I was like, that is so proud of you. Salinas is so proud. Would be so proud of Xedre. He knew about that.
Vault. No, they aren't both listed as his role.
They are
That
on
was
my
his role
screen.
from before. Yours just didn't show up.
Oh, well then what? That's bull. Why my?
I see you're a 19, my 3, and my 2.
Yeah, his 3 was to compete with the 19, and then the 2 was the second roll. Xedre.
That makes me feel better.
My MVRP is gonna have to go to Vault today. Man, the way that he was sitting there and he was really working that room in terms of the interviews, and just the silent fly on the wall kind of aspect of it, but what he can do with that information and the fact that he was able to successfully bring Brindell into his shadowy cadre was pretty awesome. Every day, more and more, the Varheeds sound like a cult, but I know they aren't.
They aren't.
I still have advantage. No, I removed it.
Alfred.
I think I'll give it to Jofreidr. Just as was said before, right place, right time, but also a lot of active participation on Jeff's part. Just like running over, jumping over, walking on water. Just like the little things that like make Jofreidr. And like it always brings a smile to my face to see it.
I bring more use of the Ring of Water walking than anyone in D&D
Truly,
Yeah, you do.
it's wild.
Kiesel.
Oh man, I'm gonna give it back up to Voltavius just for that last minute quick thinking of, hey, look, I got a lot more use of this guy alive than dead, so you should probably not listen to Zircon and let me buy this guy. And the captain's like, fuck it, I don't care. I'm an alcoholic.
I didn't have to pay him.
Yeah, dude, honestly. So I thought that kind of exuberance of quick thinking, that was a good tie-up. But to be honest, I was thinking about this the entire game. It's pretty hard. There's a lot of shit that happened. There's a lot of stuff that will still be called out. A lot of good moves tonight. A lot of good rolls. A lot of good rolls tonight.
Really.
Alfred and Kiesel roll for questions.
Bro,
get
double advantages and all of this wisdom bonus. Man, having a druid is so wonderful.
I
Yeah,
rolled
it's
a nat
the
one,
greatest
right?
spell ever.
Alfred's looking at every time Xedre does the enhanced ability. He's like, oh, that's a good idea.
That's a good idea.
Jofreidr, Jeff, you're up first. Again.
Jofreidr is curious if there was anyone else actually behind it, or if there might still be something else going on. Because, I mean, Zircon's been giving off that weird vibe. Not necessarily that he's for sure up to something, but yeah, we got the guy who's set fire to the ship, but is that all that's really going on here?
Okay, Salinas.
Linus, honestly, doesn't have very many questions about this. Okay, this feels pretty resolved. He's just definitely a little bit curious about what we're gonna do with this extra person again. Not super keen on that, but mostly his thoughts are still on the information gathering, the letters he's sending out, as well as thoughts on the dreamer. Not that much time has passed since the reveal from last episode, and so he's still trying to come up with ideas with that.
Vault.
Well, today is a very interesting day for Vault. He has been once again reminded of a criminal organization in the town he lives in that he doesn't know anything about, and it's pretty frustrating, but he has a lead. Finally, he has a small opportunity to figure out who these bad boys are and maybe deal with them. So the big question is, how far-reaching is this unknown organization he'd never heard of before? And how powerful are they that they've hired people to do this kind of stuff and they already knew what our job was? There's like a whole host of big questions that are revolving around this very secretive, unknown organization.
Alfred.
I mean, besides the pressing issue of our new friend, as many have pointed out, honestly, Alfred's kind of head empty. He's just, he doesn't, like, he's just very focused on getting to the mainland. He's very happy about that. Just thinking ever present forward to the future of, like, right, we're home, time to get things sorted out, then we'll be on our way.
Kiesel.
Zircon is still weird, but Kiesel can't put his finger on if it's because he feels so dissed and so unrespected that he's acting like this edgelord who's just like, my goal is to be respected by my crewmates and or if he's like, if there's some more nefarious stuff going on. So that's kind of where his brain is. Also the dreamer, but that's going to be an ever-present thing in the back of his head. Other than that, I mean, getting to Baral's pretty cool, but this Zircon guy's taking up a little bit more mental energy.
Xedre.
Xedre, in his interactions with Zircon, realizes that maybe Zircon isn't nearly as efficient as he presents or was presented as, and he kind of wants to help him along because ultimately the truest thing that he said when he was in that room with Zircon is the fact that Zircon's opinions of Kiesel are the same exact opinions that this crew has of Zircon. And he wants to try to change that, maybe with the hopes that Kiesel and Zircon can make amends, but even more so that he can leave this ship crew in better shape than they found it. First thing being cut out the one who decided to set it on fire. We did that. Check.
Yeah.
Yay, progress. But yeah.
All right. Best moment rolls, people. Way to go, Jofreidr.
I was like, wait, isn't there one more?
Cool.
Whoop. Roll 20s.
Dang.
Vault, you're first.
Okay. Man, there's a lot of really fun moments in this one. But I gotta say, the in-character dialogue for AJ as Xedre there, the friendly pushing Zircon into doing something and giving him all this information and all the contacts, I just thought that was just really, really entertaining and fun to watch. I was just having a blast sitting here oh, I can't believe it. Yeah, favorite moment, 100%.
Jofreidr.
I gotta say the whole, I don't know, it just sounds weird to say, but the session as a whole, itself, it had that mystery vibe with it where we're trying to figure out who did this, who done it. And it was just different session and it was enjoyable. I liked it.
Alfred.
I wanted not to cop out, but I kind of also want to say the same thing because it's we went through and we had all these A and B plots of Xedre moving off with Zircon and Alfred moving and trying to Alfred and Volts being the people interviewing and seeing who's actually coming off as correct. And it had a lot of different plays to it, and everyone was moving their own parts around to try and see if their key fit before someone else did. It was almost like a race in a whodunit.
Who can Scooby-Doo this thing?
Yeah.
Xedre.
Dangerous metaphor to use keys and doors if we already gone through that. But yeah, I agree, and I can specifically name that there was a sense of tension. Although we were all three split, like the investigators, they were like mapping out this kind of, or the interviewers, they were mapping out like as these people were going along, like what were the inconsistencies. Then you have those who were like investigating bunks, and there was kind of a level of tension with that, and like, wait, is what we're doing like totally above the board? And then of course you have the wonderful like Jofreidr and Kiesel kind of like watching playing intermediary, and it came to a head whenever they actually got to see like Brindell come down, lucky rolls, and then be able to like chase that up, and then everything just kind of got done up with like a bow. It was a really nice resolution for a three-way split, four-way. I mean, technically when Salinas left, but it was well done.
Salinas.
Yeah, I mean, my favorite moment is always the aha puzzle. So I really enjoyed this session as it had my favorite part of the session is when I had my aha moment and trying to finish getting everything else into place.
And Kiesel.
Oh. My bad. Bad timing. Not to cop out, so I won't actually. The whole session was good, but if I had to put a box, I would say that last half, starting with the, not even half, I think the last quarter of just Xedre and Zircon just like walking down with the checklist, going through the people, compensating them. That entire like act right there was a catalyst for the entire ending of the session, and I'm so glad that Kiesel did like just kind of stayed behind and watched, because then from there, Homeboy went down, ran after him, that whole thing, the vault thing, like I felt like that was a good series of events to really like tie everything up real nicely, because now there's no conflict going into next episode. We're kind of back on track. So very, very well played.
All right. All right, folks. Well, that concludes our episode for this evening. Thanks to all of you that have chosen to tune in live. I know we had a few people here over the course of things, and hopefully some more people check things out on the video on demand. We do keep those here, as well as posting those to YouTube. So if you want to catch up on past episodes, be sure to check us out at Tales of Winternacht on YouTube as well. So thank you to everybody watching, everybody playing, and till next week.
Bye-bye.